So I'm not sure who's making all that noise now, but... And I just wanted to say welcome to everyone. Oh, so much noise from you, son. Anyway, hi there, people. Sorry that we're a bit late. I know I haven't streamed for a while. But yeah, I mean, I've been trying to focus on studying, and obviously I fail at that. All sorts of things going on, so I decided, you know what? Maybe a live stream would be fun again. So we got a bunch of people together. Hi there, people in chat. Hi there, Ludicrous. Hi there, William. Hi there, Toxic. I liked your ghosts video, by the way. Not a lot of ghost in them, but there you have it. And yes, Ludicrous, I'll send you the link because I can. I'm sorry, but everything happens at the last moment, which is usually how it goes, so I shouldn't be surprised. But there you have it. Good day, everyone. Hope you didn't miss me too much. And today we're going to talk a little bit about racism. So yeah, that might be interesting. And I'm going to start by giving the floor to my wife because she really wanted to do this topic. And here we go. And hi there, Ludicrous. We're going to start on racism. Son, by all means, take it away.
Thank you. Hi there, everyone. Well, I have an interesting subjects today, a discussion with someone, and I really wanted to talk about it because I partly I agree with the feelings that person. Yeah, I agree with feeling of that person, and I heard it, and I heard it before from other people as well. Basically, someone said to me that the country I'm living in is a racist country. And this is not the first time I'm hearing about this, that this is the racist country. And this is not to speak bad about the person I had the talk with. He is not the only one that said those things to me. But it was interesting because I asked how come that this country is racist, and he basically said, well, the job I had, one of the really higher functioning guys, he didn't even try to hide that he thought that Polish people should leave this country. So my question was, okay, were you treated differently? Were you treated and other Polish people worse than the rest? So he's like, no, because it's not allowed. But that was the only reason. Oh, I said, okay, but this is the proof that it's not, a racist country because it's not allowed. I mean, you will often find a simplicity of mind, an idiot. Every village has its idiot. But the other examples were like someone didn't get their driving license, and the guy who were the instructor were an asshole and very picky on every smallest thing. And I'm like, yeah, like Polish people do not like to pass for a driving test in Poland often because you have to pay under the table because the instructors are assholes. He might be, bitter over conversation, or I don't know, fight with his wife. Maybe he's just an asshole. I mean, maybe he did it because the other guy was Polish, but the big chance is that the instructor was just an asshole and would be an asshole to a Dutch person as well. And I've had also situations when I used to work, that didn't happen often. That happened once. That there was a person who didn't want to sit with me at the table in a canteen because Polish people are supposed to leave the country. I didn't know what to make of that at the time. It wasn't really nice, but it wasn't really not nice. Like accepting, okay, you don't want to sit with me. You don't want to talk to me. I did not experience any bad things from that person or whatever because it's not allowed, right? It's not allowed. And then I started to think, one good point that person had, and that was my complaint back then as well, is really when you hear as a foreigner, and I don't know how it goes for the people, I don't know, from Somalia, from war refugees, but for example, for the people when like from Poland, Czechia, this sort of countries, it's difficult here to learn the language because the system basically doesn't really protect you in any case. What I mean by that is the courses are expensive, they on a weekdays, and very often you cannot take that day off for the next half year or 2 days off for the next half year to learn the language. This I do believe is the failure of the Netherlands because it's my responsibility, yes, but if I cannot find a decent course, decent school for Saturdays, then I might have a problem with really learning the language, and it's a two-way things. At one point, yeah, I am responsible for that, but you guys opened borders for a lot of people, and if you want to have those people really integrated to the culture, to the society, they have to have possibility of learning the language. So I really agree with that. But it's weird for me because it's very often that people I hear they feel something they're not succeeding at is because they from Poland, because they from, I don't know, Somalia, because they're from whatever country, not being Netherlands. And I can also see that Dutch people are more and more reluctant to foreigners. But I'm also thinking to myself, there is the other side of the story. The Dutch people paid really a lot of money for foreigners already. I mean, I'm Polish, but even if my husband would be also Polish, when you look at the early years of the kindergarten here for children, because I'm Polish, because I'm foreigner, they are allowed to go 4 times in the week to kindergarten instead of 2 times. Dutch people, they have to pay for extra 2 times because they say we don't want that your child will basically develop slower language-wise. We want them to speak Dutch. But no one is saying to me, it's my responsibility, it's my right to send the kids 4 times to school when the Dutch family have right to send to the same school their kids 2 times in a family, and for the other 2 times they have to pay. I don't have to pay. I have to pay very little. There are a lot of programs to integrate foreigners to help their socio-economical situation. And well, Dutch people are paying taxes for it, right? Now I can say, okay, now my husband now also pays for our son those taxes, okay. But if I would be with some Polish guy, I still have the same right, and Modwin would still pay the taxes who goes for someone else's kids to be going more often to school. And I had this conversation with Mod because it seems to me, and I don't know how you guys have a feeling in maybe in the countries where you are at, with the foreign people you are at, it seems to me that Dutch people are now being often called racist because they basically starting to say that, Polish people, Hungarian people, whatever people should just go back to the countries. But very often those are the same people who, 10, 20 years ago, most likely wanted people, foreigners in this country. They didn't have anything against it. Only what I sometimes feel and think is like they see it's not working out because we're running out of money. Dutch people are helped less than the foreign people. And that's kind of starting to turn some Dutch people against the foreign people, which I can also understand because, you come here, you're here for 2 years, you get a lot of help. And then there is a Dutch guy who gets way less help. He already done tremendously a lot for his country. He is in his 40s. He worked, he paid taxes, and he might be in the same situation. but he will get less support. They're coming some foreigner who doesn't speak the language, and he's getting the job first, because with this job you don't need to have a language skills. So this Dutch pater, let's say, will manage somehow, but no one is asking the question to Mr. Foreigner, okay, what were you doing for the last 10 or 20 years that you haven't spoken, that you don't speak Dutch nearly at all? And I kind of feel that in my country, I call Netherlands my country now, that there is a more of a thing, we give a lot of to the foreigners, but we don't want them to really speak. We don't want them to criticize things to a certain degree. And we will not actually allow the most important thing for them. We actually will not help them with the most important thing, learning the language. Because once they learn the language, they are very independent. When you really learn the language on a higher level, because you are allowed, you're getting paid for first like 2 levels of the language in this country, you can get money for it, but it's very low level. Most people can just teach themselves that, to be honest. It's useless. And because of that situation, because people are not being helped with very important thing to get really independent, and then Netherlands does not expect responsibility from the foreigners, neither of the groups are feeling good, because Dutch people have enough of us, which I can understand. Foreigners feel discriminated, which I can also understand, because there is more and more situations. You know, I'm personally encountering more situations when people are feeling somehow uneasy that I'm there. And I'm not saying that Dutch people are racist, and I'm not trying to be victim here, because I understand those people. I'm only saying, if I would have a different position, if the country would expect responsibility from me, then less people would assume I'm on benefits and not responsible for my life. Now, Dutch people assume that I got a lot from Dutch government, which I didn't, because basically I have a possibility to gain a lot. And this is the problem a little bit I wanted to talk about, and I'm curious how it is in the countries you are guys at, because to me, this is something that really, really goes wrong if the whole story made sense to you.
John? No. Paolo?
Well, Portugal's being mostly
in the chat.
Yeah, is in the chat. Portugal's mostly being used by as an entry point. So most immigrants who want to come to Europe don't actually stay here. Although the media, they like to push for some success stories, people who opened restaurants and stuff like that, but we haven't had that much of an issue with immigrants. When we have something that points to racial problems, it usually happens with people who came from our colonies in Africa, or they happen with Brazilian immigrants, or most likely it's because of the gypsies who have been here for centuries and still don't want to integrate. There's been a case that happened. It was shown for a while in the media. A black Cape Verdean student was murdered by 7 people, and while they tried to push it as a case of racism in Portugal, they did their best to try to hide the identities of the perpetrators, and they were mostly gypsies.
But isn't that the thing that always happens when it's someone that is perceived a minority? They will not tell the world that it was a minority that did something. For example, and this it's a strange example, but still, in Germany, or rather on the Czech-German border, they arrested a truck driver because whilst he was transporting melons, there were also a bunch of Turks and Syrians in the back of his lorry. And obviously they tried to be smuggled into Germany. And in the original newscast, they talked about how the truck driver was German. And I remember thinking that, yeah, that's probably not true. And later that day, on the same news broadcaster, they told the same story. But now the driver was Turkish. He was living in Germany, fair enough, but he was Turkish. And I'm like, see, this is the thing. As soon as we hear a story about something happening, and they say, well, but it was a German, or it was a Pole in Poland, or it was a Portuguese in Portugal, or it was an Englishman in England, the first thing most people will think is, yeah, that's probably not true. And then somehow, time and again, yep, it's not true. And because they lie like that, this, in my humble opinion, the fact that criminals commit crime is a terrible thing. But the fact that they lie about the criminal, pretend that it's a local when it turns out so often it's not a local, I think that will actually fuel racism even more.
It's not racism. I'm sorry, I'm getting really upset at this, right?
Okay.
As I said in the chat, no one asked the people if they wanted mass immigration.
True.
What Sam was talking about was the reaction of people.
Mm-hmm.
But
And there's
that,
a huge distinction between the people of a country and the people running the country.
yeah, but that's what I wanted to say. Sorry, maybe I didn't say it. I'm sorry because I started a little bit chaotic. I know that to me, the people start to be feeling uneasy and don't want foreigners, but those are the same people who very often they wanted foreigners. They didn't see any problem, and to me, you know, okay, I'm from Poland, so it's like racism. I'm not exactly, okay with that word, but it's difficult to call also someone a racist when very often those people from Netherlands, for example, they do not want foreigners to have less rights than Dutch people. What they do, however, are against, which I agree and understand, they disagree with foreigners having more rights than the Dutch people, and
Yeah,
you cannot
and
call
that's
them being
another point I
racist.
made.
You cannot call them racist to me. I really understand this side of the story because basically I've read somewhere, but I didn't check that information. So Maud, maybe you can jump in on what I say in a moment. But I've read somewhere that a white Dutch person that was born in Netherlands is by the percentage like the most rejected group if they ask for any socio-economical help.
Yeah.
But
Well,
but I don't know if it's true, Maud.
No,
What
that
we
is
say
actually
in the
true.
UK, right? That we're a racist country. Which demographic is doing worst in school? Working class white boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not the outcome of a system that is racist against black people. That is an outcome of a system racist against men and against white people.
Yeah. Well, this is true in the Netherlands as well, and
Yeah.
it is
And
quite.
this is what makes me so angry because the United Kingdom and the United States share this problem. Politicians immigrate, come here,
Mm-hmm.
and then complain about how horrible the country is. Well, then fuck back home again. Fuck off back home.
But I understand the other point because and again, I do not feel discriminated in this country. I love this country. I'm saying it's my country. If I would need to fight, I would fight for this country. So I do not mean to be as a victim because I'm not. I love this country. However, I need to say I can also understand that. Look, I came here because the borders were open. I wasn't planning to stay here. I met my husband. I stayed. Right? It's a little bit late now to say. For example, I think we can to some degree stop immigration, and I don't want to really be a hypocrite right now. So I don't know. I will think later even more on what I'm saying, but it's something else to me to say to me, oh, you cannot come to this country, I'm not in this country yet. And it's a little bit different to tell me when I'm living here for 15 years, have a family here, have a started a family with a Dutch person, oh, if you don't like it, go away.
Yeah,
However,
but
let me finish. I understand also people who now, foreigners who now also starting to feel uneasy and discriminated when I see an average person who's not going to really look for a kind of YouTube channels we do, who's not going to really have those informations we have, who doesn't do the statistics or whatever, but there is more and more, I think, feeling of not belonging here and not being able to belong here with the Dutch people.
yeah.
So
But if you listened to the mainstream media,
Mhm.
you would want to know why any single person immigrated to our country. We are so apparently so horrible.
Mhm.
Why would any sane person want to come here? And
Yeah.
so what you're talking about is a general perception. Yeah, and it's like this whole the whole women in STEM thing. Feminists are constantly telling girls who could be geniuses at sciences, right? Don't go into STEM, it's horrible, you'll be discriminated against, they'll treat you badly, blah, blah, blah. And then the girls don't go into STEM. Well, what a surprise.
Yeah, but you know what, bring me to one thing, and I'm sorry, I want only to mention Michael Keller in chat, who said, same as in Switzerland, we are not xenophobic, we are just fed up with example, with the religion of peace having more right than the natives have. And I understand that. And my point is also like, I never forget the conversation I had, and this is just one example of the conversation at school with one of the parents, and the mother is Dutch, and I basically criticized the Netherlands for its programs for foreigners, saying that there is no way to learn language on a decent level if you don't have a lot of money. But at the same time, it's so much money that are being spent for language programs for the foreigners, but they are not really in a best sufficient way, because those foreigners will often learn the language on a really low level. And if that's what you want to do, if you want to say, okay, you know what, you get first 2 levels and it's really crappy, then it should really be made more more efficient, so the government wouldn't spend that much money on something very basic.
Well,
But her point was,
just quick question. Sorry. So these are government programs.
Yes.
That's your problem.
Yes, but because foreign people getting a lot of things here, her first response to me was that I got that too, I'm getting a lot of things from government, and I shouldn't be criticizing a feeding hand, so to speak. Now, you see, this is not an easy thing to hear for most people. And I'm thinking, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, because what you're talking about is giving to the poor foreigners things, but no matter how long they live here and how integrated they are, they shouldn't criticize the Netherlands, because it's not their country. And if you keep telling them you cannot say anything about our country like that because it's not your country, they're not going to integrate. Because, well, even if they wanted to feel it's my country, you telling them it's not their country. What I'm talking about, give them less, expect of them more. Put them at the spot when they need to be responsible, when they need to achieve more things. People who are not going to do that because they're lazy, they're not going to do that because they're lazy. You have everywhere those people, and those people can basically, I don't know, wander the streets for a little bit, then we sell them back.
I think the problem.
But the thing is that if the Dutch people would also, for example, I think, see, okay, the foreigners, they really had the standards they have to, live up to, and they really had to be responsible and learn the language,
Yeah.
then they might respond also better to foreigners criticizing the system.
But what you need is a time scale. One of the problems is if you say to people, right, you can come here and you're eligible for all these handouts, there is no incentive for them to move towards citizenship.
Yeah.
So you've got to say to them, look, you've got 5 years. If you're not on the citizenship program and well advanced in 5 years, your visa expires or whatever. Because when people move to a country, and there's always been lots of immigration, not on these levels, but between different countries.
Well, most immigration was with bordering countries, or
No. But I mean, my one of my sister-in-laws is the daughter of Hungarian Jews.
Mhm.
Okay. Another brother's daughter is married to someone from Hong Kong, but of Egyptian descent. I mean, the point is migration happens, but no one cares less if the person like Sam moves to a country, she's married, a native citizen, she's essentially integrated. No one's going to care less, right? The problem is when people move to a country, they take advantages of all the taxes of others, but they don't become a citizen or want to become a citizen.
And I also have a feeling, I'm not completely sure if if that's true, but if you're coming from really countries like, I don't know, Iran, Somalia, or whatever here, your integration, it's like you put on those programs when you just basically have to learn the language, but you also have the possibility of learning the language. When you come like from Europe, then basically this is problem I also had, that the temp agencies would complain that, and this is funny, the temp agencies would complain that my Dutch wasn't good enough for them to put me to a lot of jobs. I found a school, the only decent school at my level to progress was in different cities. Once was in Rotterdam, once was the other one was in Amsterdam, which meant that I would have to be once a week, 1 day or half of a day off. Now I was working really quite long for a factory, and they were very happy with me, and I had basically there was very little time with them that I didn't work, and every time they needed someone, and they almost always needed someone, they asked for me first, so they were happy with me. And it's funny to me because those were already the times when Netherlands pushed for mothers to work at least 1 or 2 days a week because it's better, the mother. And I also knew the woman who says, oh, I don't care what job, for once a week I can be away from from the household, have something different, have a little bit of extra income. But the temp agencies were very lazy because they didn't want to look for someone who wants to work once or twice a week, because even if the temp agency would tell me, look, 1 day it's a little bit for us, it's a little to offer to the other person, but we can have people who want to work 2 times only twice a week because they have children, right? Then I would say, you know what, okay, then I keep this job for 3 days a week for the next half year or whatever the course is gonna take the other day. But they were just too lazy to do that. So eventually I talked in the factory if it's possible. I lost that job, so I couldn't start really a cursus because it was too expensive. And I'm like,
see, what you're talking about are the fact that societies are disjointed. The people running government policy know nothing about the policies of individual temp agencies.
yeah.
So you can't join the two. I mean, the fact that the government wants you to work 1 or 2 days a week, but the temp agencies don't facilitate that might be very annoying. But the only people who can do anything about that is government.
Yeah. But
Because
what I'm
they've
trying
got
to
to
say,
be serious about what they want people to do.
that we ended up in a funny situation when people who do not really care that much about integrating and want to stay within their culture, people like really from really afar, they actually end up in programs for really learning the language better, getting
Yeah, but
let's say invested in. But those people, they often, not always, but often, they still want to stay within their cultures. They're not going to integrate that well. But people from closer, from the countries that are our neighboring countries, who do want to integrate, that are culturally really fit, it's very difficult for them to teach the language. I heard from a friend that in Finland, for example, you have this system that you have 2 years to learn the language. They cannot fire you for going to school. They cannot not hire you for going to school. You get the books from government. You get a school from government where you're going to, dependent where you live. You have all the means necessary. You have 2 years to learn the language. And then they're going to test you. And if you don't really know the language on a certain level, you basically may not stay.
yeah, and that's exactly what I said, isn't it?
It's a
Precisely
perfect
what I was
system.
saying. But the
Really.
country has to be serious about it. The problem with so many of our Western countries is the politicians will make some grand sounding statements, but then they never follow through with policy.
But something Mod says in the chat that Dutch people leaving the country more and more. Mod?
Yes. Well, we see an increase in people leaving the country. Now, whatever the reason is, because obviously this is something that's being downplayed, but it is happening. As William Carlson also pointed out, Sweden, for example, is one of the countries where people from the Netherlands go to. There was a while that people went to Australia, for example, New Zealand mostly, actually. So yeah, there is constantly, and this is also what John said, there has always been movement between countries. And that in itself does not have to be a problem. It becomes a problem when you are going to put people, when you measure people on different standards because of arbitrary reasons you make up.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about what Sam was saying. They shouldn't discriminate. An immigrant is an immigrant. It shouldn't matter whether you're from Africa or Poland as to whether you can get a course or not.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And in all fairness, this is something that I always find really, really funny, and I've been saying this for as long as I can remember. To me, there are 3 rules you always have to adhere to when you go to a different country. You have to abide by all the laws. You have to earn your own keep. And you have to speak the language. If you do those 3 things, I don't care where you come from. But
that's where the problem is, because
we're not allowed to ask that of people anymore. Because when I say to someone, well, you know what, you come from whatever country to the Netherlands, I would like you to speak Dutch. You know what, the Netherlands is a very strange country. English will do. Either speak Dutch or English. But you can't ask that of people. That's racist. But how is that racist? They come here. They are part of our culture now.
No, it's not. It's not. That isn't the. For me, that isn't the biggest problem. It's the laws. Too often we hear of people across Western Europe who come from a certain culture not abiding by the laws of our countries and being treated leniently by judges.
Yeah,
that's unacceptable to me.
We've actually, and this has happened in the UK, but this has happened in the Netherlands as well, that people do not get the same punishment Dutch people will get because what they did isn't perceived as such a bad thing as the country where they came from. And I'm like, but they didn't commit that crime in the country where they came from. They committed that crime here.
Yeah.
So how come we have a double standard?
Fuck that.
And yeah, I mean, this double standard is feeding into racism, and this is feeding into the us versus them
I'll say
mentality.
racism. I'll say it's feeding into.
I'm sorry, mate. You have
Anti-foreigner
to
sentiment
talk.
doesn't have to be race-based.
I'm not even sure if it's. In all fairness, I mean, if you really go deep into it, I'm not even sure if it's anti-race or anti-foreigner. I think it's simply the
Well, if
recognition.
people are complaining about Poles, it's not racism in the sense that it would be if they were Africans or from the Middle East.
I don't know what you mean with that.
Well, because Poles don't look very different from Dutch people.
Well,
Racism is about appearance.
that's not really true, and I can always tell you which one are the. Well, quite often I can tell you which one are the Poles. You can ask my wife for that one, actually.
Yes, he can. And sometimes I don't hear them, but he looks at their faces, the shape of the fucking head, and said, "Oh, Polish."
Well, you see, again, we are probably more genetically diverse in this country because we've had such a long influence.
Probably.
But there is also something, I'm sorry, like Michael Keller is saying, last week had to go to municipal administration. I had to speak English as the worker there didn't understand a single one of our languages. And
And
I'm
that's a
like,
problem.
what the fuck? But
Yeah.
also, for example, I had a conversation with another person a few weeks ago, and I really disagreed with that because that person, and it's a Dutch person, who told me that there is discrimination of foreigners in this country. So I'm like, I disagree with that. And she goes like, yeah, there is. And I'm like, okay, so name me one thing, just one thing that I cannot do that you can do, and it's not based on my qualifications, it's just based on the fact that I'm Polish, and only that. And she goes like, for example, well, certain jobs, I can't remember, yeah, certain jobs. And I said, yes, but do you recognize that for a certain job, still in this country, for a really high-end jobs, my Dutch wouldn't be, as good. I mean, it would be, but it wouldn't be as representative. So unless I'm very, very, very good specialist at something and the company really wants me because I'm that fucking great at doing something, if they have person with the same qualifications and, ervaring, experience, they and better that, right? Then they will take that person. And she goes like, yeah, but that's discrimination because, and that person is saying that to me, because I think you should get a chance. And I'm like, why I should just get a chance? I'm like, look, there are the jobs that I'm not ever going to get because I suck big fucking time at math. So am I now supposed to get the jobs when you have to be really good at math because I'm supposed to have a chance? And she's like, no, if you're not good at math, I said, wait a second. So why, if I'm not good enough at math, I can be rejected for a job? But if my Dutch isn't at the certain high-end level, I shouldn't be rejected. What's the difference? And then there is another Dutch person, because, like you have it with your countries too. Not every Polish person speaks as good Polish as the other one, not every Dutch person, right? So there will be another Dutch person whose Dutch also will not be good enough for that kind of a job. And what are you going to say now? He can be rejected, or he's supposed to get the chance as well? Because then I'm going the math work as well, because hey, and now everything will suck because I'm not going to job done when I have to calculate. And Peter there is not really representative with his language skill, and he's not going to make a good impression doing some business or whatever you want to name it. But even the other group of Dutch people, which they believe that we should just get a chance more than any other person, read it as Dutch person, in this country. And I'm like, this is the other side of Dutch people. Like, why do you think I should get a more chance than you?
Anyway,
Why
guys, I'm sorry. because
Mhm.
Ludicrous has been quiet all this time, and Paolo hasn't said much either. So let's give one of them a moment to say something.
Well, when when it comes to finding jobs here, yeah, I think the problem here is finding a job in public administration. You're not going to do that in Portugal if you don't speak Portuguese, especially because you're going to have to take some standardized tests which are only available in Portuguese. Also, I'm not sure right now the legislation is, but you should not be allowed to work as a public servant if you're not a citizen of the country. Uh, because we never know if you are if you're spying for your home country, even if you're an ally, you you will have naturally a sense of loyalty to your country, and any information, no matter how minor, uh, will be will be can become a liability in the hands of a foreign power. So yeah, obviously we're not going we shouldn't hire foreigners to work in the public office, especially because if they won't even have the minimum bare knowledge to be able to work in positions which require you to have working to have working knowledge of Portuguese and mathematics.
Well, I can add in a point here too. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine,
Yes.
mate.
Yeah, okay. In Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, I think that all public kind of jobs, like if you're a policeman or a teacher, something like that, you have to be able to speak a certain amount of Gaelic. I think that's a law, but I'm not sure if foreigners trying to get into this position are exempt. I've got a sneaking suspicion that there is that exemption, but in general, if you're an Irish person, you're applying for one of the public jobs, then they're going to be testing your Gaelic.
See, but that's the thing, though. I mean, if you're an Irish person and you want that job, you have to have a certain proficiency in Gaelic. Then why would they remove that for non-Irish people? It doesn't make
EU laws
sense.
mostly.
But even if I come to Ireland tomorrow and I apply for one of those jobs, I would assume that for me, the same rules would apply as they would for you.
You'd like to think that. In Northern Ireland, they did something different. They invented a language
Oh,
called Ulster Scots. And it's really a dialect of English, but it was ridiculous whenever they brought it in, because they get these documents translated from English. All of them have to be translated from the government into Gaelic and Ulster Scots. And if you look up Ulster Scots, you'd be bursting out laughing.
I've never heard of it, so I have no idea what it is.
I'll just try to pick a quick example. Ulster Scots. They have weird little terms, like you find this one funny. Someone mentally challenged. The Ulster Scots term is wee dafties.
Okay. Doesn't mean much to me.
I mean, Scots is a genuine dialect of English, and it is genuinely a different language, which evolved after the Scots used to speak, Old English.
I thought Scottish and Gaelic were pretty close together, though, weren't they?
No. Gaelic is part of the Gaelic family, right? and Scots is a dialect of English. So
Well, there are Gaelic-speaking Scottish. There is a branch of Gaelic in Scotland.
yeah, I know. As I said, there's Gaelic, which is Scottish, and there's Scots, and Scots, the language, is a dialect of English. If you want to know what Scots is like, just get a poem of Rabbie Burns and see if you can make any sense of it.
Well, I try not to do that in the best of
No,
ways,
but that's an example of literature in Scots as opposed to English.
But I mean, let's bring it back a little bit to the point that was made, though. I mean, there were application standards, and there are now application standards for natural-born citizens and immigrated citizens, and they
Yeah,
both have their
this
own.
is the problem, right?
And this is the problem. But this is how you
The
feed
problem
into.
is, once you go away from a single standard for absolutely everybody, and I've yet to hear any sound argument in favour of doing so, it all ends up as shit.
Yeah, it always does. And there is no argument in favor of it. I mean, hell, we now call it affirmative action. But when I was young, affirmative action in the Netherlands wasn't called affirmative action. It was called positive discrimination.
Yeah, well, that's what
Yes.
they call it here.
And I'm like, so it's discrimination. Yeah, but
And
it's
there's nothing
positive.
positive about it.
How is it positive? Basically,
Yeah.
either you lower the standards for those people, and I know those sounds wrong, so don't get me wrong. Hell,
It's
my
the
wife is.
Americans' fault. They're the ones who call it affirmative action. We don't. We always call it positive discrimination.
Okay, fair enough. But the problem is, either you think these people are stupid and they can't compete on an equal playing field, which means you're a racist, in my humble opinion, or you think you're guilty of them not being as good as other people.
No, it's not. It's not. It all stems from the oppression narrative. It
Yeah,
all
but-
stems from the lie, started with feminism, that certain people are inherently at a greater disadvantage because of their identity. Once you establish that as a concept that people will accept, you can push for affirmative action, because otherwise, how can these people have a fair chance? So it's all based on this lie that people have less of a chance based on their innate characteristics.
But doesn't that then also, I mean, to me, when you say that, you're basically saying that according to how you see them, they cannot achieve.
No. That's not the argument. The argument is that if you take people on the same level, one will always do better than the other based on their innate characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
That's the narrative oppression. The oppression narrative. The oppression narrative is, oh, if a man and a woman go for the same job and the same skill, the man will always get the job because they'll discriminate against women. And the point is probably true, but not for the reason you're expecting. The reason a man and a woman, the manga has the advantage, is because, first, society is based upon men earning a wage.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, when the woman stops to have kids, she will not work and he will work much harder. So which one do you want to employ to start with?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
one who will carry on and work even harder, now he's got a family to support, or the one who will just stop working altogether?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, but this is unfair. To whom? In what
Yeah.
sense?
And it's
If
also
families, if society is based on families, the male-female distinction is meaningless.
and it's also the problem that I think it's this, what I'm going to say, is something that is fueling a lot of people who don't think for themselves. Like the higher your function will be within a company, the more needed you are, right? The bigger of a loss it is if you go on a maternity leave, because
Yeah.
that basically means that it's more difficult to replace. People at some point who are really good specialists, they don't want to come work for a half year till someone comes back, because they're building up the careers. They are specialists in something, so they're not going. Often they are, depends on what kind of a job, but often it might happen that they're not going to fill the gap for 6 months, because well, they want to uh, go on, because they're building up their career, not to start off the project. Often you have to also train them, like school them on it. You often also trained and somehow invested on your worker to begin with, who is now gone.
Yeah.
And it's the nightmare of the person who's giving the bloody job, because it's a lot of money, time, resources, basically, I'm sorry, wasted for that
Yeah.
person, right?
Well,
And
this even goes back to when they gave preferential treatment for men applying for medical school,
mhm,
because the figures on the lifetime work of your average man against your average woman, once they qualify as a doctor, is immense. Men work over twice as many hours, so you get twice the payback on your investment, because it's very expensive to train a doctor.
yeah.
True.
And like the other thing is, and I because there is, this even that Obama said so, and people saying, if women do good, society does good. But at some point, the better job wise a woman will do, and I'm talking about working more, having a higher education and higher position at work, at some point it will be actually also destructive to the society. And this is not only this, I think, will start to be starting actually to be not only at the level that we trained her to be a doctor, and after 5 years she's gone for another 10 years, but also uh, the more we disadvantage the boys and they are less and less succeeded, and the more women are now succeeding, the guys will have actually problem with starting a family, because a woman who's working, like there are
Can
this
I just stop you there?
there's this post make that a woman says she doesn't want an unemployment
No.
with
Can I
guy.
stop you there?
Mhm.
We've already seen it, and it's not that the man can't start a family, it's that the women complain there are no good men.
Yes, but the thing is that from no, but for a man
No,
he
I'm
then
saying,
will
but
be.
that has already happened, is my point.
But the problem is that this is something we cannot blame like that on a man or a woman, because I understand why women want someone who
I didn't
works.
say it was anyone's fault. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I'm not
how it's
saying you said
manifested.
it, but
How it's
the more women,
manifested.
yeah, but the more women will be actually taking position in a workforce, and the higher, uh, the more difficult for women will be find a match, because
Yeah, that's the point. And it's already, and the articles are already being published. The complaints are already being made, and of course, these women are blaming men.
Can I add in another point
Yeah,
that
sure.
was kind
of
of
course.
touched on by San? There was something that I was made aware of a couple of years ago, and that is that in the UK, the GP situation is getting problematic, shall we say, to use that favorite word,
GP, you mean
because
the doctor?
yeah,
Yeah.
general practitioners, and that is because the number of females going into GP, into medical school to become a GP, vastly outweighs the number of males going in to to do the same studies. They get the higher scores at A level just before university, and so that enables them to get into the courses. And of course, because they're females, they're promoted into the courses ahead of the males.
Yeah, because why would you want to promote? Why wouldn't you want to promote women into a field they already massively dominate?
Yes, and so this leaves quite a lot of practices across the UK with large number of female GPs and reduced number of male GPs. And they've been doing the studies, and they find that the female GPs retire or part-time retire from the age of 40.
Can I just say, I've had an all-female GP practice for 25 years, and we've not had that problem. So not
Well-
all.
Well, okay,
Not all.
you could say not all.
I'm
But
joking. I'm just. I mean, it's an anecdote. Anecdotes don't count as evidence. I'm just merely saying that having been with an all-female practice for 25 years, they have to practically carry the doctors out in the coffin before they retire.
yeah, but there's a lot of problems coming because the female GPs start to cherry pick what they want to do, and kind of saying, I'm only going to do 1 or 2 days a week. And
Oh yeah. No, I understand you. I'm saying, yeah. I was just throwing in a little
no, just
humorous interjection. That's all.
just continuing the point, because a lot of these females are retiring, and there's no one to replace them in the workforce.
No.
Or, because and that's one thing that there's a lot of pressure on GPs these days, because there hasn't been a push to.
Don't worry, we can always steal them from Eastern Europe and Africa and India, like all our other medical practitioners.
Well, it's got so bad that there's some doctors flying in from Germany once a week to take practices. But it's becoming a bit of a financial time bomb for doctors and their pensions.
Well, I'm
Because
sorry
there's
I can't
nobody
help
to-
you with that. I'm not a doctor, otherwise I would say, you know what, we'll move to Ireland. Eirik is still learning to speak, and he's already better in English than he is in Dutch, funny enough.
Well, it's because it's a better language.
No, but the language does get spoken more in this house. Fair is fair.
I'm joking.
Simpler, less nuanced.
Yes, of course. That is its great strength. Is it has a simple grammatical structure that is very flexible.
But he's good at Dutch too, don't get me wrong. And he's picking up on Polish. He's being brought up with 3 languages, and everyone said, well, yeah, no, you shouldn't. But he's picking it up.
What do you mean you shouldn't? What kind of moron gives you that advice?
Some people think that kids get confused if they hear too many languages at once.
Yep, which
No.
is the biggest nonsense out there, but hey.
Because of his hearing problem in the past, I temporarily chose to speak Dutch to him, and he also his English, because he needs to go, with children here, right? But now, for example, he can count from 1 to 10 in Dutch. He can count from 1 to 10 in English. That's what he can count. And the Polish, he's just repeating after me, but I'm implementing Polish language slowly to see how it should go, should go well.
Yeah, well,
But
I would only recommend that the more exposure children get to more languages, the better.
Yep,
yeah, but
especially till an
another
age of
thing-
15.
Yeah, go on.
Especially till an age of 15.
Yeah.
Those are the ages that you pick up languages the most.
When you're really young, they probably don't even think about switching languages.
Nope.
It just does it.
But another thing that reminds me actually about, I can say Polish people, like when a few years ago when I started to go to the playgrounds with my kids, I would speak Polish to him, but when I would speak Polish to him, he would like withdraw from the group of kids and stay with me. So I'm like, I speak Dutch to you at the playgrounds. But then I realized another beneficial thing. I'm like, no, actually, I'm going to speak Dutch to you on the playground because I want other Dutch people to understand me. And what I found really displeasing, this is displeasing about Polish people. So when I sit in a public place when other people can clearly hear me, and and it's a Polish person, I prefer to speak Dutch or English so that other people around can understand us. However,
Guys, because OBS just told me that we lost connection.
oh,
So I'm not sure if you guys lost Son talking, but apparently everything is back on again. No, the Hangout is working fine. It's OBS, and the
Well,
live stream
let-
is being done by
let-
OBS.
so am I still here? Yeah.
Yeah, on Hangout we're
Maybe
still there.
everyone's in the chat anyway, and I don't know why Michael doesn't just join us. I mean,
Everything seems to be going okay in the chat still, or in the main.
Yeah. Well,
Anyway,
let's continue.
So it's being frowned amongst most of Polish people, not all of them, because they like, we have our own language, we have our own culture. And I'm like, yeah, but when Russians or Hungarians come to Poland, we also look at them like they're supposed to speak our language because they're in Poland. So now let's turn it around and realize that the Dutch people should be able to understand that us. And I understand that, it's not like I'm not going to speak to you if you don't speak English or Dutch, because even if you don't want to, I cannot like force you. It's something that some Polish people accept and they do their best. And if their Dutch isn't good enough, they at least speak English, because most of the people here speak English. So you can be part of like understood. And this is also something, another weird thing that I really think that people don't think about it, but well, we in Poland really are more expecting, or at least that's from my experience, right? From the circles I was in, from what I've seen. We basically don't like, if you are on holiday, it's okay. But if you're coming to live here, it's a little bit double, because if you're coming to live in Poland and you're from the Netherlands or, English, then Polish people will actually suck up to you because you have money. But when you're from Russia, Hungary, these kind of countries, and you're going to live in our country, we want you to speak Polish. We want you to speak Polish if I'm on the playground, so I can understand you, so we can all, so to speak.
well, you have to. It begs the question, doesn't it? If you're going to go to a language and actually going to move to a country, why wouldn't you want to know the language? It's like,
No. It's about Polish people are looking weird at me when we, for example, took.
no, I'm saying, but it's like to go to a country. If you're going to settle there, it's a no-brainer to learn the language.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Something Michael Keller said some time ago, that he, for example, says that he has to speak at least 3 Swiss languages, yet every German who speaks German and English outmatches me for the same job.
Yeah.
If you basically go to the country and you like, I don't have to learn the language, I'm getting here like, without trying, then most people will, go without trying, right?
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. That's not my point. My point is a German can go to a German-speaking region of Switzerland, right? And he speaks the language. A French person goes to the French region, they speak the language. An Italian goes to the Italian region, they speak the language, okay? So that argument of not speaking language doesn't apply. Where the problem is this having two double standards on the language requirement of people you employ.
Yeah.
There should be one standard.
Yeah.
You either need to speak 3 languages or you don't. It shouldn't matter where you're from.
As I said, I only care. You live in the Netherlands, you're able to speak Dutch, you abide by the laws, and you make sure you earn your living, you keep in an illegal and fair way. If you abide by those 3 rules, what do I care where you come from?
Yeah, that's the point. And that should be the same for any country on earth.
Yep.
Speak the language, abide by the rules.
But what we've come up with in Europe and in America is speak your own language. Don't worry, we won't enforce our rules on you. And whatever you do, don't worry, we won't hold you responsible. And then they are surprised that this actually turns out bad. I mean, if we look at, for example, Black Lives Matter, and yes, I know I keep calling them Black Lives Matter because that's what they are. I mean, it's a black supremacy movement which has the biggest white support out there. Most black people care little about Black Lives Matter. They have more white supporters than black supporters.
Wow.
It's not about black lives. Never been about that.
It's not about black lives at all. This is Nick's Radio made a video about that not too long ago, perfectly explaining it. I mean, if it is about black lives, then it should be about all black lives. If you don't want to say all lives matter, then at least say all black lives matter.
All the problems they complain about are a sex issue about men. They are not about race.
Nope.
They've actually, I've got a link here where they've done a study into the United States. It was for, hang on, let me just check. 2015. And there's two academic studies into the data found that the police, given the average number of encounters with people by race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the number of encounters by race is disproportionate to do with the levels of criminality, right? But for every 1,000 interactions with people of a given race, white people are more likely to be shot or hurt than black people.
Yep.
Yeah.
A police officer are more likely to be shot.
The common denominator in all of it is men.
True that.
No, it is. And so what they do, and I think this is quite cynical because they know this, right? They've taken a gender issue where men are on the bad end of things, and they've made it a race issue. So they present women victims of a problem they don't experience and deny white men being victims of a problem they do experience.
Yeah. And I have to admit, Ludicrous, I like your explanation of BLM too. Burning, looting, and murdering. Makes sense.
Well, that's more Antifa, really.
Well, it's Black Lives Matter too.
Yeah. No, but I say that Antifa even more.
Is there really a difference between them?
That's a very good question. I can't really say there is.
Yes.
Oh? How?
Well, they aren't identical.
They don't seem to be identical, but...
No, they aren't identical.
I don't really
the
see
same
the
people
difference.
might support both, but the people making it up aren't the same. And we do ourselves a disservice by trivializing the differences.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be honest and know your enemy, as Sun Tzu once said.
True. True.
You know, as I say, I mean, it seems a quite deliberate attempt to co-opt an issue of what happens to men and turn it into an issue about race. When it doesn't, it happens to all races equally. But they don't want to say that. And it's the same in the UK. They've looked at the figures again here. You know, black people in the UK, oh, the violence against black men by the police. It's like, yeah, disproportionately low compared to the violence against white men. Because the police know that if they do it to a white man, no one's going to make a fuss.
Yeah. Exactly. And I don't remember whose channel was that, but the guy basically when there was the one of the protests for black men killed, and not the laws, that was before that. I don't know how old is this video. It doesn't even isn't even important, but there were a protest of people, a lot of also white people, black people, you know, protesting that action of the police. So he was asking about other name. I said, do you know that name? And it's a white woman to whom it happened 4 years before that she got killed by the police, and she was just there in their pajamas, did nothing wrong. It was just, you know, really a bad luck, but there was no looting, there was no protests, there was no violence. And I've got to the point that he's interviewing, he's asking like a woman in her, I don't know, 50s, and he feels and she feels very sorry for that black man who died recently from the police. So he asked her about the situation when white woman dies out of hand of a black police officer when she didn't do anything wrong. There was no looting, murdering. She doesn't know her name, and then she goes like, "But what do you think about it?" And then she thinks like, "Well, I think it's like I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry for that black officer it happened to." And he goes like, "Why? Like, you're not feeling sorry for that white officer who killed the black dude, but you feel sorry for the black officer who killed a white woman, standing there at the front in her house, in her fucking pajamas, holding coffee, doing nothing." And she's like, "Yeah, because white supremacy." And I'm like, people don't know even why they're saying things. They just repeating
just
certain
brainwashed.
sentences.
Brainwashed. And this is what annoys me, because all the protests are about what happened to black men, right? So how is that sign of a racist country?
Yeah.
If no one gave a shit about what happened to black men, that would be the sign of a racist country.
Yeah.
But no one gives a shit about what happens to people of other races. That sounds like they're not racist against black people.
And
everyone's upset when it happens to a black person.
And you know what? This is something that will probably upset some people, as I said it in the past, in a real life, so to speak, conversation, and upset some people. But here is the thing: you will have everywhere rotten apples, right? There are bad doctors who give you bad medicine on purpose. There are a fireman who will start a fires because they want to be fucking hero or whatever. They will be a bad police officers. Doesn't matter which race they are. But the problem is that, look, once you have encounter with police, here is the thing: it's a 9% chance it was your bad choices that led to the encounter with the policeman. I'm really sorry. Life is harsh. Life isn't fair. Some of the police will be an assholes, and I'm not saying to excuse them. You know, I would love to get rid of them out of the police workforce as well. But here is the thing: 99% of the time when you have an encounter with a police, you did something. You had some poor choice. Mate, you made some poor choice that led you to the encounter with the police. I can't hear you, John.
You've turned your mic off, John.
Sorry. They've actually done the figures, and they've calculated the chances of an encounter with the police going bad. It's not 99%, it's 99.99%.
One more time. They calculated the chances of having
an encounter with the police not going wrong.
Oh, not going wrong, because I heard
going
wrong.
It's 0.001%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, all truly violent incidents in America with the cops are not even a fraction of. The only reason why this is so big news is that they keep pushing it forward as if it is big news. But then only if a black person is a victim of a white police officer. If a black person is a victim of a black police officer, or a white person is a police of either black or white police officer, nobody cares.
He's suddenly a white police officer.
Oh, I mean, in cases where more than one police officer are involved, if one of them is white and the rest of them is of color, then the group will be described as white police officers. I mean, this happened with the what's his face, the Floyd guy. I mean, it's too
Yeah.
bad he went dead. Whether the cop actually killed him or whether there are other reasons that he
Well,
died from is a discussion
I-
worth
I've
having.
not watched it. It's not my, I wouldn't because I don't like to watch that sort of thing. But
Yeah, fair
what
enough.
I've heard, he was screaming, "I can't breathe." Well, if you've got your knee on someone's neck and they're screaming, "I can't breathe," you ease up.
Yeah, John, I've seen the video, and the thing is that the guy seemed to be weak. He was handcuffed. There was a 3 policemen at him. The one was kneeling on his neck. This one, to me, was terrible thing that happened, and cops did a terrible job.
Oh yeah,
This was
definitely.
the one thing that they fucking should be held responsible. The thing is that
Yeah.
you have 4 cops, one next to the guy, like close standing, 3 kneeling back them. He's cuffed, he's weak, and he's. This was a murder. With this one, let's be honest, this was terrible.
Yeah, but let's also point. I just want to point out one other thing, is that the 3 other cops surrounding him. One of them was Asian, and was that no the other one?
One of them was Asian, and one of them was, if I'm not mistaken, Hispanic. Because apparently
Yes.
that is its own category as well.
So it's a
They
very
all
diverse
exhibit
racist group.
Whiteness.
Whoa.
So it's a very diverse racist group.
It's
Yeah,
a very
well, we all
diverse.
have whiteness, you see, because whiteness is not a skin color; it's something.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
this happened with the Trayvon Martin case back in the day, when Zimmerman defended himself and killed the one that he was following and that attacked him. He was being berated in the media as a white, blah 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 blah. He never was white before that, and I'm not here to defend Zimmerman, but the narrative that's
The
being
clue's in the
spun.
name. It's a Jewish name.
Well, I mean, I think this guy was Hispanic as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Zimmerman is a Jewish name.
True, but I don't think
There's
he
a
was
very
Jewish.
famous Zimmerman.
Yeah, but
Robert.
I don't think he was Jewish though.
No, there's a very famous Zimmerman, Robert.
Okay, I don't know him.
Bob Dylan.
Oh, okay.
Bob Dylan's real name. Robert
Yeah,
Dylan.
yeah, I understand.
I see there is a link. I'm going to read it later. Thank you, Michael Keller.
The Gateway Pundit, are they reliable?
Well, I've checked their work regularly, and on average, I do find them reliable. But once you start talking to a liberal, obviously this is not reliable. These are considered to be right-wing extremists. But then again,
Yeah, of course.
everything.
But everyone's a
to the-
right-wing extremist to some people.
Well, I mean, if you're right of Mao, you must be.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I heard J.K. Rowling described as right-wing yesterday.
Well, she is. Did you not know how incredibly racist she was? I mean, Hermione.
Hermione.
Yeah, Hermione. Oh. It's not as if I read those books. I mean, in her book, she clearly described her as a lily-white girl. But then when there was a black woman starting to play her role in a musical or whatever, she was like, yeah, no, because she was supposed to be a black girl. And
Well, but to be quite honest, I don't think it says, and I don't think it matters, and I don't think it should matter.
well, it does say it though. I mean, in the
it does say
books,
in the book that she's white.
in
Oh,
the
does
book,
it?
yeah, no, it's not that her name is white, not that her family is white. No, the book, the way she is described is like a lily-white girl. And I'm like, you wrote the bloody book.
Uh-huh.
Would you want to make her a black girl? Make her a
Yeah,
black
but
girl.
she's not allowed to say, "Oh no, she's the wrong color." That only works the other way around. When you're not allowed to cast a white person as anything but a white person.
Retconning.
It's weird though.
Modwayne, I came in here, man, and I thought I was talking to Gimli for a minute there. Jesus.
No, it's from ZZ Top.
Hey!
actually, Mycroft, I actually cut off about this much.
It's an
I'm
impressive beard.
guessing about
Impressive beard.
guessing about
It looks
15
very healthy.
centimeters. It does. I had a job interview and I'm like, okay, my beard was nearly twice as long as it is now. You can ask my wife; she can confirm. So I took off a little bit, but a little bit was rather a large bit.
A little bit, and in a wrong way. So I remember telling him, "Oh my God, I'm just going to close my eyes and remembering you from like 2 hours ago, and remind myself why I love you, but I really have to work hard for it now. So don't do it ever again, Mod."
Yeah. Well, Nick,
Uh,
if we're talking about Hermione, the book actually did describe her as a white girl. So, but when existing characters are being changed from one ethnicity to another ethnicity, if it's from white to black, it's good storytelling. If it's from black to white, it's whitewashing.
It's transitioning.
And this double standard is something that we can't sustain it. And this is all fed by oikophobia. And I know I haven't used the term tonight yet, but it is.
It's not just oikophobia, though. It's more, because it's actually due to deliberate indoctrination.
Well, I
Oh, Modwin, I was just going to mention, I don't know if you can show it later, but I put a link in the Hangout of a video about racism that I think might be entertaining.
Not an
Um,
Irish racism one, is it?
Yes.
I wonder how I guessed.
where is it then? In the Hangouts.
Hangout
Right.
chat.
I'm opening the.
I was talking about this earlier, actually. So when companies change, I'm sure you've seen in the U.S. they've been brand culling
Mhm.
recently.
Oh, you mean
so
like
they've been,
Aunt Jemimas and stuff like that?
yeah. So like the Redskins was another one that came up.
Oh.
The changing of the football team's name or whatever.
Yeah, that's a new one.
You know, so I hate to defend it, but I got to defend it. What companies do, now I can't defend the Redskins name change because the owner of that team stated 7 years ago that he would never change the name of the Redskins.
Yeah.
And now he's doing it.
Yeah, never
That
is a
one, I
very
think, is
Never say
probably-
never.
That one is
Yeah.
probably being done for ideological pressure reasons. So
Yeah.
that one I will give you.
what I find
probably,
What I find really interesting, though, I read an article of a bunch of Indian elders who are actually against the name change.
No, that was a big conversation. They did a poll of Native Americans about, do you care about the name of the Redskins? And they're like, we're Indian, we don't give a shit. You already took our land and all that shit. So like,
Yeah. No,
the name of this.
It's white liberals who are the only people who ever have a problem with any of this shit.
That's.
But
it's
and
exactly
Jemima
right.
is also ridiculous.
Oh, and Jemima.
Yeah, so, okay,
Bloody hell.
that one though. Let me explain that to you because I have some insider knowledge on that. What you're seeing happening there is something called brand culling. Okay, so when a company the company has a portfolio of brands, right, in their little book of brands, and particular brands occasionally will fall out of popularity, and what they do is they take these opportunities where everybody's all hyped up about some shit, and they will use these moments to switch their
Destroy
brands
brand.
out.
Yeah.
And it's called brand culling. The idea behind it is that what you can
Yeah.
do is when these like moments of like hypersensitivity are going on, you can switch your brands out, right? So say, like the Land O'Lakes butter one was a good example. They have just simply removed the Indian woman's face off of the butter carton now, and it's just the butter carton without the Indian, and that's their new brand that they're going with.
How is that helping representation?
It's not. It's absolutely not. It's got nothing to do with that. What it is that they can, because everybody's paying attention to their brand right now, they can switch that brand out and replace it with something else, and they will not lose their brand representation. So, like, for example, if I took that brand butter and I were to switch the face off of that brand of butter and put something completely different on there, people would no longer recognize that brand of butter. They wouldn't see it as the Land O'Lakes brand. But if you do it while everyone is paying attention and you switch that brand to something else while everybody's paying attention during a very hypersensitive moment about race or whatever, you get to keep your brand recognition.
That's true, but
that's what they're doing. That is brand culling. You can look it up.
Mhm.
It's a thing that they do this
you've explained
consistently.
you do
Yeah.
understand that there is also argument to be made that it's racist, because here is the thing: a black
Oh, wow.
woman coming. No, because look, the black woman coming with someone who made her a millionaire. She should be there and a great example. And now, in 5 or 10 years from now, no one will ever remember that. Or fact that it's pissing me off, because this is something for people to look up to, and I'm proud of that. But now we actually took it away. So no matter how you look
you
at it,
could make the argument that it's like culturally insensitive and the opposite, I suppose. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a brand.
Well,
I mean, like,
culturally insensitive is such a ephemeral concept. It means something completely different tomorrow than it did yesterday.
yeah. Well, I mean, brands are not there to make cultural statements. I mean,
Joking, right?
well, not
but it
really.
All they do these days.
it was more directed at people who, there are those idiots who said, yeah, and it's racist and the goods is taken down. No, you idiot. It's reminding about someone you should be really, really proud of and tell your children about, moron.
It's not. I look at it indifferently, to be quite honest with you. When companies change these brands, it's happened throughout American history. They're. I mean, it is their brand. They're free to do it. You can make the argument that, oh well, they're being pressured, but in most cases they're not. They're taking an opportunity to change their brand portfolio to make them. This is the funny thing is that, like, if you talk to the Marxist crowd, the ones that think they're like tearing down American society, it's like this actually only bolsters capitalism. These companies are going to be more successful now that they've removed a vulnerability.
Well, that's
crowd, as you call them, are actually soldiers of capitalist corporations.
But it is funny. But in all fairness, to remove a brand is a form of capital destruction, because name recognition is capital as well. But at the same time, because they did it at this point in time, it has been given a new, how do you call it?
It's free advertising. That's
Well,
what
it is
Yes.
more than free advertising. You are putting themselves out as they are putting themselves out as, look at us, we care about the bullshit you care about. Trying to buy people.
An even better example is the recent boycott of Facebook advertising, because Coca-Cola were already on record that they were suspending their advertising because of the bad year, right? They didn't even announce that they were not advertising on Facebook because of political reasons. But somebody else made the connection for them and claimed they weren't advertising for political reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
okay,
that's
alright.
that's because and this is a leftist problem, and I know leftist doesn't sound right, but bear with me on this one. But this is a leftist problem, mostly a leftist problem. The recognition of motive, even though when motive was already given in a completely different way, they will still find a way to translate your motive into what they think you did and
It's why
blame.
they hear all the dog whistles none of us
Well, yeah,
do.
dog whistles, that's
Mm.
the thing. And you have to be a leftist to hear the dog whistles because
Yeah.
most humans
But
can't
it's
hear
an
dog
alt-right
whistles.
dog whistle.
Well, I mean,
Man.
listen, my brother trains dogs and how do you call it? Breeds them. He doesn't do much with dog whistles because he can't hear it. So it's good that the dog may hear it, but he can't hear it, so he doesn't really know if he's doing it
Well,
right or whatnot. So he's
just
not
proves
using dog.
Antifa are all dogs.
Well, yeah, true that. True that.
Oh boy. Yeah,
But-
so,
but-
yeah, I mean, I think that there is a problem that we shouldn't be pressuring companies and all that, but to me, I look at it as when I see these brand changes and like the name of the Redskins changing, I view it as this is the way, and maybe I'm being a little too positive here, but I see it as the Marxists supporting capitalism. because,
They are
because they are removing a
Marxists.
vulnerability that they could exploit, but now they basically they've gone to the capitalists and said, hey, this thing's racist, and the companies are like, hey, you're probably right, we don't care that much, we'll change our brand and make more money out of it, thanks for your help, guys.
But in all,
They are Marxists. They're low intelligence, and they think they're being Marxist, and all they're doing is acting as foot soldiers for the
Well, we
corporation.
are talking about Americans here, and
No, and not just in America. Everywhere. They are low intelligence.
yeah, well,
They don't even
Fair.
understand the ideology they purport to uphold,
yeah,
and
it's true.
and all their actions only ever serve to strengthen monopolies of corporations.
yeah.
That's why I love American Marxists, man. They're fantastic.
Oh, they're stupid as fuck. But this is the thing with Marxism anyway. I mean, every Marxist out there will pretend that they are doing it for the workers, and this is something I've said many a time. It's not about the workers. It's about creating a new ruling class, and they want to be the rulers.
They slipped out of true Marxism the moment they went to race, as opposed to the working class, the lower.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
They skipped out of true Marxism the moment they feel they have a right to tell others to do it. Because Marx may have been an idiot and a racist and an anti-Zionist, and trust me, he was all of those things. But
He was
the
an
one,
anti-Semite, not just an anti-Zionist.
well, you're right,
Yeah, religiously.
and he was absolutely pro-slavery, which is another thing people kind of
Oh yeah.
keep
Hey,
forgetting.
he got great arguments to justify it.
Oh, aye. But the one thing he was,
pro-slavery Marxist.
oh yeah, no, Marx was absolutely pro-slavery. But the
Yeah.
one thing Marx didn't want was to enforce his ideology on other people. People had to do it willingly.
Well,
Well,
and
you
to
tell
change
that
what they
to
wanted
you tell
to do.
that to Stalin and Lenin, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
but
they were Marxists. This is my point.
they
Even
weren't.
Marx
They were
was
Bolsheviks.
they were
It's
Bolsheviks.
a different story.
Micro. Even Marx wasn't a Marxist by the time he died.
No, he actually denounced it.
Did he reform?
No, he rejected it.
He
rejected the
denounced it. He basically realized that he was wrong and sorry, it was a good idea, but meh.
Oh, that's news to me. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He
Marx.
actually formally denounced the ideology that bore his name before he died.
And we've seen so many iterations of Marxism: fascism, communism, Maoism, whatever was it called in Spain.
Can I get a
Frank-
link on that?
Thank you.
Because I would love to be able to throw that.
I
in
need
the
a fast-
faces of quite
I
few
need a
people.
fast bio
It
break.
was that article we did. Do you remember, Modwayne?
Yeah, I remember. But I need a fast bio break. When I come back, I'll see if I can find it for you, Mycroft. But I
Thank
have
you.
to. I'll be
would
right
really
back.
appreciate that. No, I was having a conversation yesterday. That would have been fantastic to have.
Yeah,
I
as I
didn't know
say-
that he did that.
None of these people know anything about the ideology they purport to support.
I saw
Well,
something
yeah, I mean, they're
stupid today
American.
on-
I was being told yesterday that, oh man, oh boy. I was being told yesterday that all Middle Eastern people are socialist. And I asked the clarifying question. I mean, are you speaking about the Kurds, or do you mean like Saudi Arabia is socialist?
That kingdom,
I mean, what do you?
the Emirates, the
Well, I
I've,
mean,
I-
it's
I've seen some
caliphate.
end caps, not end caps, some Christian libertarians describe monarchy as left wing.
yeah. See, that's the thing is that because it's a form of like a top-down governance. I asked that question too. I'm like, it's a kingdom
which is
socialist.
the opposite of left wing. This is
Yeah.
why they're not Marxists, because the whole point of Marxism was bottom up.
Like, you take that shit to Marx and see what he said. Can a kingdom be Marxist? Oh, I laugh my ass off, man.
As I say, they're just ignorant, low intelligent people.
well, see, this is the funny thing is that I think that in a lot of ways, Marxism is used as a proxy for. So, like in this particular person's case, they were kind of like a neoconservative person who, and neoconservative to me now means somebody who's trying to use the American military to push some sort of agenda in the Middle East. That's what neoconservative means to me now. But rather than it being a Jew, because it's usually a Jew, it was not an Israeli. What's the an Iranian? He was an Iranian. Oh no, but they had some very interesting ideas about Palestine. Believe me. But yeah, she was talking about how she was a
What a
based
surprise!
conservative.
She is a warmonger.
Yeah, she was talking about how the U.S. should implement its foreign policy, and she was talking about how she was like based in Redfield and all that shit, and then it was all just a whole bunch of nonsense about how like the U.S. should no longer be allies with Saudi Arabia and how we should back up based Iran and all that, and it.
Oh right, yeah. That's
But she was talking about how this was the one that was talking about how all of the Middle East is Marxist, and then it
all of a country in the Middle East isn't one thing, let alone all the Middle East put together.
she was conflating top-down governance with Marxism, and
Yeah.
it was really
if someone knows nothing, why they might do that, because all supposed Marxist regimes have been authoritarian top-down. But that's because of the fundamental flaw in the whole Marxist plan.
It was rhetoric. The idea was that she was trying to appeal to conservatives, i.e., most of the people in the chat, and then the small number of Marxists that were also there in the chat, that Americans should be doing something in a foreign military sense for Iran, because she had concerns about Iran. But that's all it was. I mean, she was taking advantage of of our belief systems to try and like push us into a particular belief or direction on something. And I don't think she gave a damn about any of it. I think she was just concerned about her country, and that's fine. But I mean, it tells you something about there are probably people out there who are pushing particular ideologies only because they've got that name recognition, not
Yeah,
because
I
they
mean-
actually believe in those things.
I mean, the thing to understand is that feminism in particular, which has, as far as I'm concerned, Marxism is now a subcategory within feminism, right? Feminism's the top dog, right?
Well, that is the
And they have no
neo-Marxism
principles.
today, yeah.
They have no principles. The only thing feminism is in favor of is feminism. So they will use anything and everything they perceive to be useful. And one thing that's useful is the oppression narrative. Marxism was the other flavor of oppression narrative. Women were oppressed for feminists, and the working class were oppressed for the Marxists. So the feminists subsume the oppression narrative of, and they do it for every group.
Oh,
Why
but
do you
they did a number on the U.S. I mean, all of this stuff really comes out of the '60s and '70s, man. I mean, these are the
Well, I'm
liberation
going back
movements.
150 years.
Well, I mean, no, there was a.
170
Well, this is the
years.
thing: is that second wave feminism. I'm hoping you will agree was a good thing.
No,
That
I don't agree.
women's
But
suffrage
No.
was a good thing.
was never a
No.
good thing. It's all based on lies.
There hasn't been a good form of feminism in the history of feminism. Even
It's all
women,
based on lies.
even women's suffrage is a lie. The first European country that had the female vote was the Duchy of Liechtenstein. No, that's not true. The Grand Duchy of Finland. That was the first one that had both male and female universal suffrage. They had 0 feminists. If we look at the UK, women had a right to vote, but there was 1 vote per household. So women were allowed to vote when the man had died.
Or if
This-
they were never married.
Or if they were never married, indeed. Thank you, John. If they were rich and never married, they had a right to vote. But
Well,
that's
I've always
because
viewed rights movements as mostly astroturfed anyway, because most of the people that are being argued for, like in the, what was it, the 20s? Was that when when was women's suffrage in the U.S.? 1920s, I think. That's when they got the right to vote. Women's
But,
suffrage.
I mean, if we look at women's suffrage in America, it's even worse. Why? Because what do a man have to do to have the right to vote in America?
Yeah, no, and you'll see the letters to 1920 was when they got it.
Yeah, fair enough.
But there's another fact with the United States, right? In the 19th century, women campaigned in the United States to vote and were upset at the idea of black men having the vote before white women.
Mhm.
Yep.
Feminists
I mean-
in the United States helped found the Ku Klux Klan.
Let me.
Yep.
I have so many questions because I've got 2 foreign nationals that I want to ask about the liberation movements in both of your countries. I want to see if this matches up to my my understanding of it. But I need to light a cigarette, so I will be.
I am.
One sec.
I dropped a link in Hangout for you on that Marxism article. I think that's the one we were talking about.
Yep. Cool. Well, look. One sec.
Yeah, it's funny because it's called How Marx Became Marxist, when in fact it mostly talks about how we stopped being a Marxist.
Yes.
Is it because most people will read the headlines and
Well, no, because it's not. It's quite a esoteric journal. It's not your common a day newspaper.
But in all fairness, there are people who truly believe in the ideology that Marx created. They, however, cannot call themselves Marxists because that name has been taken by people who are subverting it and have been
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
longest time.
But not just that. But one of the problems with Marxism is it is so hard to understand fully that very few people do.
Yeah.
Naturally.
But if you point it out, then no, you're the idiot because you haven't read. Okay, fair enough. there are still people who will complain about how, when I, for example, say fascism is based on Engels and Marx's work. It has been altered by Mr. Gentile and maybe a little bit of ghostwriting by Mussolini, though I really think he only brought his name into the whole thing. But it is true. They are based on it. And then they speak out how they disagree with it. Yeah, obviously. But that's the same thing that happened with the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church. They're based on the same thing, but they disagree with each other.
Yeah, well,
That's how.
and you see what happened. What happened is the Catholic Church. Sorry, ludicrous. The Catholic Church invented a whole bunch of stuff that isn't actually in the Bible.
Yeah.
And then the Protestants
Well,
said,
Yeah,
"Oh,
they do that.
well, we'll just go back to reading the Bible and doing what it says there." Oh, all these things the Catholics have been telling us aren't in it.
Well, a lot of
That's where the rupture came, because Catholicism is Christianity plus.
Well, and that's one of the
So-
reasons why fascism and Marxism are now at odds with each other, though they do share a same common backbone as with the Bolsheviks, to be honest. But they're all different stretches of the same things. And what happens in any ideology, religion, whatever you want to call it, as soon as people start splitting off of the perceived original doctrine, that's a reason to fight.
Yeah, well, just look at the Muslims. Sunni and
Yep.
Shia love each other, honest.
Yep, they have been at war for
Can I-
1400 years.
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
The more that I've looked at it, like historic, because Will, and you know how paranoid Will is about the Marxists, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
He talks about it quite frequently, and I've actually gone back and I've done like a little bit of a study of the U.S. and we have most of our social policies and our adoption of open immigration in the U.S. All of this stuff happened in the 60s, which lined up with a lot of the liberation movements, which are
Yeah.
your classical neo-Marxist movements.
Yeah, but it started earlier
And-
than that. It started before the Second World War.
Yes, it did, and that's the interesting thing is that what Marxists classically do is they come in and they co-opt a movement. They don't have their own,
Yeah.
like in neo-Marxists anyway. Neo-Marxists do not have their own.
Yeah, well, that's
movements.
what I'm saying. Feminists are the masters of that, and they did
They
it to
did.
the Marxists themselves.
And they're still doing it with feminism. Is
Yep.
they've co-opted that movement and they've turned it
no,
into
feminism has co-opted Marxism. Trust me, it's the other way round.
But-
Feminism co-opts, and it has co-opted Marxism, just as it's co-opted all the black, trans, gay, Uncle
Well,
Tom Cobley
okay,
and
so
all.
that was why I was bringing up suffrage. So suffrage happened in 1920. The women's liberation movement, all of the fantastic things that have come out of women's rights have,
No, but you've
have
got to
happened in the
understand.
60s.
No, you've got to understand the context of all the advances in so-called women's rights. Because the reason they hadn't rights before is because they were also free from obligation. And what
But-
the women's movement did is it got them all the good stuff and none of the bad stuff.
Well, this is what I asked a moment ago. I mean, what does a man have to do in America?
No, it wasn't good because it wasn't fair or honest.
No, it's
They only ever
segregational.
painted half the picture and only got their half sorted and
Yeah.
never balanced it.
Well,
And,
yeah,
and this
you
no,
know,
no, I'm sorry.
it's
I'm
the-
really
the-
going to
the
try to make
side
this.
point, really.
I'm really going to try to make this point because it really is important, and it all boils down to this: what does a man have to do in America to have a right to vote?
They have to sign up for selective service
Okay, how long has that been?
forever.
Right.
You wanna vote,
What
you
does a
gotta go to
woman
work.
have to do?
Yeah.
What does a woman have to
So
do?
the government
for a
is
vote?
defining your body, your
Yep.
life.
Again,
Oh, yeah, of
what
course.
does a
So you all
woman
pay
have?
taxes, right?
Seriously, what
No,
does a woman?
no.
John,
What
John,
do
one
women
sec. Because Mycroft knows the answer, I know. But what does a
I
woman have to do to get the right to vote?
Be a woman.
She has to turn 18. She has to turn 18. That's it. How is that about equality?
It's not. But that's
So
why
why are you
like,
telling me that they are?
a lot of these rights and things have been it's funny. I would say that women have been maybe unfairly, but they have been advantaged and
You mean
they have-
unfairly advantaged? Any bias by
well,
sex?
I mean, women are doing great in America. They're doing fantastic.
No, but-
you go
but
look at the number. You can't
Mycroft-
find a metric women are failing.
Mycroft,
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
Mycroft.
They did a study, a social attitude study, and they measured all the countries in the world, and they measured the countries where women do better than men, and the countries that men do better than women, and all the West, women do better than men.
They do.
Every single one.
But
and the funny thing is that's a recent. That is
No,
a recent
but
development.
no,
that
it's not.
Women,
It's
women
not.
Still
are,
have the
are
feminists
graduating.
complaining how they're disadvantaged, how they need rights. how
And
they
I know,
need
and
this,
there's
how they
still,
need
I
that.
know, and that's
Well,
the
Mycroft-
funny thing about the narrative is that it's essentially run its course. Women are doing better than men now.
But Mycroft,
Yeah,
Mycroft,
but
this
it will
is
never end.
this is
Because
not
they
now.
have no end point. They have
But-
nothing which says this is equality now.
But that's the point.
Enough-
This
but
isn't
here's the
this
thing
isn't
is
a
that-
now
that-
thing. This has been going on for more than 60 years. And this is the feminist paradox, because the more freedoms women are given, the less free they feel, and this is constantly
Well,
the
less
issue.
happy, yeah.
And the
Women-
less
I mean,
happy, the
that's
less
the funny
free.
thing is that as all of these advantages have been given to women, their happiness globally has been on the at least in the West anyway. It's been on the
In the
decline.
West. But here is the
all
thing.
this freedom and they're not happy.
But here's the thing. Feminists keep claiming certain things, and people keep believing the narrative. Even you, Mycroft, even though deep down you might be willing to question it, you start out by saying, well, but that wasn't bad. Yeah, but it was. I mean, stupid.
It's bad for gender relations.
No, it's
absolutely.
bad for society. And I'm going to give you.
Society.
Which is what that is meant to mean. It is.
But
bad-
I'm going
it
to
is bad.
I'm going to give you an example. Now, for all of you people out there who didn't know that, at this point in time, I'm unemployed. Not a big deal, but okay, I'm unemployed. I'm working with someone who wants to help me get a job. He's not doing much, but it's nice to talk to someone from time to time, so I do that. Yeah? We're talking about how women have it so much worse, especially in my line of work. And I'm like, I know what you're saying. And I know why you're saying it. But I also know it's not true. And deep down, you also know it's not true. But you're still saying it. So what's happening? Why are we pushing the narrative even though we know it's bullshit? And in all fairness, in my line of work, 80 to 90% of my colleagues were women.
Well,
Tell me
I
how
would-
women
I
have it
would
so
say
much
that-
worse than me.
I would say that's because the Marxists hit us where we care the most.
But why do
not
we fall for it?
Marxists.
All right, well, pseudo, Marx, whatever you
The
want to call it.
feminists.
It
The
doesn't matter.
social engineers.
The social
No, the
engineers.
feminists.
Call it whatever you
Feminism
want.
Is gynocentrism on steroids.
But
And
what-
gynocentrism is an innate part of our evolved psychology.
again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. The question is, the important question is, why do we push the same narrative? Why do we repeat the same narrative? Even though, if we look at it empirically, we can see, oh, wait a second, that's bullshit. But still we push that narrative. Even you did now, Mycroft. And I'm not blaming you, don't get me wrong. This is not an attack on you. This is something we are almost everyone doing.
Is it
The
just
women
something
worsting
like you are-
bullshit.
Isn't it something like you're basically not criticizing, for example, black people, because then you are called a racist, and most people don't want to be called racist. Most people don't want to be called chauvinist, idiots, ignorant, and
Yeah.
basically you are
So-
scared.
So you're not allowed to recognize reality. You have to recognize white for black and black for white. And if you do not do this, you're a bad person. And this is funny enough what what's his name? Ivan Bezmenov? Bezmenov. I'm sure it's Bezmenov. I'm not sure.
Yuri
It's
Bezmenov.
Yuri Bezmenov. That's the one. Was talking about. And by the time he was talking about it in America in the 1980s, this had already happened on feminists' line of thinking. So the thing he was explaining to us wasn't even new to us. But the fact that he dared speak it out, that was the amazing part.
I'm more
Well, I
concerned
think
that
there's a
you
point.
are. I'm more concerned that you are now really stereotyping Russian people. Every Russian people has to be named Ivan, eh?
It's just a name. Just like
Well, I mean,
all
But
Polish women are called. All Polish
Called
women are
Ivan.
called Agnieszka. It's not my fault.
well, one of
I'm
the
not Russian.
I mean, there are
Polish.
Ivans from all of the Slavic countries.
Ivan's
So
just a name
that's-
for John.
Yeah, I suppose
Yeah.
they're from all the Slavic countries.
But
Ivan Ivanisevic was a Croatian tennis player.
Who?
Ivan Ivanisevic.
Yeah, well, I have to take your word for that. No, but
Oh yeah, but the
but-
point is, Ivan, all the Slavic countries which stretch from Russia down to the Balkans.
yeah,
All
okay.
Slavic countries. You can tell
Anyway,
they've all got
back to the
Slavic
discussion
flag.
at hand. And this is the point I was trying to make, though, Mycroft, and I hope you understand what I mean. We are so brainwashed that even when we deep down still disagree with what's going on, we still portray it as if, yeah, but this is a good thing. Oh, but this was the good thing. For example,
I suggest a new catechism. Everyone must say every morning 10 times, women were never oppressed.
well, I mean, like the most blatant case of woman worsting is COVID kills twice as many or 3 times as many men as women, but women still most affected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I say it exploits our innate psychology. Our innate psychology is to be gynocentric.
Yeah.
Because in the evolutionary time, it was important. It helped
Yeah.
us survive.
men
problem is-
are biologically geared to protect women.
And the problem is, we psychologically are prepared to hear how bad it is for women and to want to do something about it. And we are psychologically unprepared to hear how bad it is for men. Because psychologically, we have to be able to sacrifice men.
You have to suck up, man up, deal with it.
Yeah.
Get over with it.
And this is very clear. For example, when a woman is out in the street crying, people will go to her to find out what's going on. When a man is out on the street crying, people walk around it and actually avoid him
Yeah.
Yeah.
on average.
And it's
Yeah.
also like the stupid, like, oh, women want some sensitive guy who shows his emotions, but if he cries, he's a loser and she does not want another date with him. So, which way is it then? Because you cannot have both.
And that's
If you
the
want
issue.
man to show his emotion, then sometimes he will also be crying because it's
Yeah.
you know how it is. And I am really worried because as I said earlier, I really am annoyed at those statements because when women do good, society does good. Hello, both needs to be doing good, but man needs to provide, and the better women do, the more independent they are, the better they are like, I don't need no man, the stupid bitches. The more men we have basically left alone with no purpose because, well, and it's also like, it's really, now this example, I've learned something, but it's also like the pushing every single example, like there is a less female mathematicians because they don't have role models, because if you would teach them like boys, blah blah fucking blah, right? What turns to be is that for whatever reason, a woman who's really like a really great, like a genius with a math, he's most likely to be also more eloquent, be good at other things. What turns to be, what they're not telling you, for a man who's like genius at math, often they're not that eloquent, they don't know, they don't really often, and not always, they're not good at many other things. This is the one thing they have. So they have that opportunity to become a really good mathematician or work with math for whatever job they do, when women still will opt out from it because they have also other options.
Well, I think it's further than that. is even if the man and the woman have the same breadth of skills, the natural inclination of men is more towards
Provision.
things and women towards people. And so, you know, that's a Norwegian paradox. That the freer, wealthier women are, the less they are inclined to do things like science and mathematics because they don't want to and don't have to.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
and
that was studied in Scandinavia. Actually, I think it was Sweden. I forget which country it is, but
Norwegian paradox. I just
Was it-
said it.
was it Norway?
Well,
That's what it's called.
No, I don't know. Yeah, the freer that you make a woman, the more likely she is to take on the feminine role, which is much to
Yeah.
the chagrin of the
but
the,
I
the-
mean,
the
look,
female liberationists.
look at what's happening in certain Western countries. More and more women are actually saying, you know what? Fuck it. I want to be a homestay. I want a home mother. I want to raise my kids. I want to create a family around me. And they are being ostracized by feminists. How dare you?
Not
But-
womaning rights.
Not woman. But funny
seriously,
enough,
seriously, no woman told me, and no men were like frowning upon or like looking at me like I'm worthless or something, or not ambition because I'm staying at home mom. However, it has been pointed out to me quite a few times, and all of them were women.
yeah.
And the least nasty they do, like, oh no, it's not to tell you what to do. I think everyone needs to have my choice, but I cannot imagine not being independent, you know, and not have this how you call it, the oh now I forgot the word, not to have this drive and ambition to achieve something more. And I'm like, you're preparing a new life into being a decent and productive member of a
What you
society. What
literally,
more there
you're
is?
yeah, you're literally creating and raising life, like the most important thing that, like you
Yeah.
And you
as
shape
a,
the
as
future.
just as a mammal, I
Yeah.
can say that is probably the most important thing that
Well, it
anyone
is.
could ever do.
As a
is
life
have
form,
children.
as a life form, that is our only and ultimate purpose is to
Yes.
have offspring. As a life.
Agree. Hard
And
agree.
you shape the future. You can raise him to be selfish fucking bastards who will just, you know, do
No, but
idiotic things.
I understand what you're saying. My mother actually, she has that same insecurity. It's really funny. She raised 4 children, and 2 of which she raised on a waitress's salary. But according to my father, she's extremely sensitive about the fact that she didn't complete university. And I'm like, I'm sitting here like I'm literally alive because of this woman. Like, what the hell does she have to be like
Yeah.
insecure about? But she has that exterior pressure on her, telling her
could
that
be
she should have
pressure of
done more
feminism
with
for
her
you.
with
To
her
be honest,
freedoms or whatever.
To be honest, I don't have that pressure. And if someone, here is the thing, and I explained that to one person because this is how we tend to think, right? So I'm 38 years old. Will be soon. Our kid is almost 5. So you see, I haven't had him in my 20s. I haven't had him in my, teens. I was 34, 33 something. Now, here is the thing. If I had a kid when I was, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and I wouldn't finish any study, I wouldn't go to the university, a lot of people that would know my age and the age of my kids would link it that I didn't finish university because of my kid. Now, I haven't become a mother till 34, but I also haven't done any university degree in my life. It's just that life happens. And somehow we got this idea that when you have a kid, your life is over. I actually looking at my life, which I don't have a regret that I don't have a degree, and especially in this time of seriously internet, I can read. There are good sources. YouTube is not only about the cats, but the thing is that actually there is a more chance that I would start and maybe finish, but at least start a university education if I had my son younger, because I had the more energy, and it pushes you like hell to do something. To like I'm not worried about securing his future and do this and that, but I also have less energy. Would I have the same energy I had when I was 22? There would be possibility that within a few years I would start from education. So this like it's really it's amazing to me that you can have your choice, but we don't.
Sam,
Mm?
first, I don't think you missed out. Secondly,
What?
by
You
all
don't
accounts-
what?
I don't think you missed out.
Me neither, to
Secondly-
be honest.
Secondly,
Yeah, you
by
know
all
you've won the
accounts,
game.
With many American degrees these days, they actually come out testing worse as more stupid than when they went in.
Sure.
How?
Less of an education and more of a stupidity.
Indoctrination.
Yeah.
This was
also,
funny
and
because-
the third thing is that's what Alicia did. She had her daughter. She did it.
Sit back, John, because we can't hear you when you talk like that.
Yeah,
Sorry, mate.
Okay.
that's
I can't
what?
see because I can't see and thing. But yes, Alicia did that. She had her children first, then got her children.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. But it's kind of funny because what's his name? Mark Dice, I think, a YouTuber as well. Wrote a few books and all that. Pretty smart guy. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
follow him on Parler. He's a funny guy.
And back in the days, nowadays he doesn't do that anymore. But back in the days, he used to go out on the streets and ask people common questions about American history. And it was so funny because
retarded.
and-
Sorry.
I'm not American and I know these things, and these people are American and they don't know these things.
Yeah.
But what's
I
even
get that.
worse is that he spoke with professor universities, people who are school teachers, and they don't know shit. But they can tell you why
To be
you're wrong.
honest,
But they could teach you about African oppression in
Yeah.
the United States.
Yeah.
So.
But you know
Only-
what?
That's the important
know-
thing,
you-
man.
You know
But
what was
not
my
real.
favorite?
Not real.
You know what was
Fake
my favorite?
American.
That, you know what was my favorite of Mark Dice? One of my favorites that really showed people stupidity. So he basically was going and telling people that. Now I don't remember how he worded in English. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing here, but he was basically telling people that the dictionary is running out of space, and therefore they decided for some words
But-
to be removed from the dictionary, and then he put like one word or something and said, do you think that word should be removed or not? And people would be like contemplating and thinking, yeah, I think that word could go. And he
Oh,
actually ended up asking group of 2 or 3 women saying the same story and saying about word gullible, and then one of the women is like, oh no, I don't think that word should be removed from the dictionary no matter what, because there is
yeah.
a lot of people who are
Yeah.
gullible, but yeah, if there need to be space made something. And I was like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
that was.
me.
I
And the
don't-
other
I
one,
don't-
sorry, and the other one that was also brilliant, that he was going and saying that, I think in Africa he was saying that Trump's children are killing triceratops in Africa, and do you think
Yeah.
yeah, the dinosaurs, do you think that the people shouldn't be punished because they are nearly extinct how you say animal? And the people said, no, it doesn't matter if it's African triceratops, and it doesn't matter if it's Trump kids. Anyone who goes to Africa and kills triceratops, I cannot say it correctly in English, I'm sorry.
Triceratops.
Yeah, triceratops should be punished the same way. And I'm like, oh fuck. Or he was asking about monster of Loch Ness, should it be
No,
let
I think-
out?
I think
The
I
the
think
Loch
my-
Ness monster.
Bonus points for
should we set
stupidity.
the Loch Ness monster free?
I think my favorite.
Stupidity, the Triceratops was a North American dinosaur.
Yeah. But I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. He went out to get signatures to get Congress to approve Brando, because Brando has what plants need. And people signed it. I mean,
Oh yeah, Brando. Brando.
oh, you
Well,
gotta
that's
be
a good
kidding.
movie, by the way.
It was a
I
great
didn't tell
movie.
you guys. I had the funniest sort of experience today, and it's kind of in line with what we're talking about. So I started my work day out today, and I decided that I wanted to have a group of people to talk to, which I haven't talked to before. So I went and I looked for some Discord servers, and I found one, and all of the people in there were like, high school age, like early college age, and everything was going great until the transgender chick showed up, and she started talking about her titty skittles. Now, if you're not familiar with this nomenclature, titty skittles are the drugs that you take in order to grow breasts as a transgender woman. And I made the distinct error as a man of my age to say, "Oh, I've met some very attractive transgender people," and then I was immediately met with, "Transgender women aren't there to, be your sexual objects," which was absolutely not what I was getting at. But like that completely derailed the entire conversation I'd been having with these people for like 2 hours, and then I was immediately on the outs with them at that point.
Yep.
And it was so funny to me, like how quickly that changed. Like I went from being the cooler older guy giving advice to that like out of touch boomer guy because I didn't meet the particular conversational points. I don't know how to put that, but like I didn't respond to things correctly. And I found it funny because like I look back on it and I'm like, I didn't really say anything wrong. There was nothing that I had actually said that was incorrect, but because of the way that the language has evolved with the younger crowd anyway these days.
It's not
Mhm.
evolved, devolved.
Yeah,
However you want
it's
to put it.
regression. It's
Sorry,
regression.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, no, I thought it was interesting. It was almost as though I was, I looking at that conversation, it was almost as though like, I was looking at a whole bunch
tribal.
of like
tribal.
ideologically, yeah,
No, it's
well, it
tribal.
is.
No, this is the argument, right? So you get all these leftists who are all about tolerance and inclusion, and what's the first thing they do? They take a large demographic, white men, and exclude them, right? Because everyone's searching for a tribal identity, and to have a tribal identity, you have to have outgroups. One of the ways that young people have always sought tribal identities is with their own ways of speaking, whether it be lingo or acceptable
Dressing,
terminology.
music, whatever, I guess.
But the point is they will have this fast changing set of norms for what you're allowed or not allowed to say as a way of maintaining the tribe. You stepped outside the bounds. You're outside the tribe. They don't care anymore.
Yeah, and then I was immediately. Well, the first thing that I did was I dropped a Blair White video in their general chat, and then I left. So I feel like that was a win.
No, actually,
Well,
probably
the point
no.
is, with people, if they want to exclude you, just say thanks for letting me know. Bye.
But the thing is, by dropping that Blair White video, you probably gave them more reasons to hate you, because Blair White, even though she is trans,
that was the point. It's not like I'm gonna ever have to talk to them again or anything. So I mean, it doesn't really matter. But I don't know. I thought the whole experience was very strange, and my thought on it was like, I may have to, like in corporate life, in the job that I do, I may at some point have to deal with people like this, and I don't know how to do it. Like honestly, like my first instinct would just to be not interact with people like that,
Yeah.
because it's like, how do you go from being perfectly fine and accepted to then tripping this wire of, oh, you gave the wrong sort of compliment to a trans person, so now you're a bigot.
Well, no.
You know.
Okay, so what you will learn is to not engage with anyone on the basis of anything.
That's
Just
based.
don't
Yeah, but
No,
right,
seriously.
that is
If you
the
met
goal.
If you met a black person, you would say, "Oh, I've got black friends," and it'd be like, "No, you're not allowed to say that." So you will learn to not say anything to anybody that isn't just utterly inane.
Well, I must
Oh,
learn how to be a better demure white person, I guess. I don't know.
No, it'll kill social interaction. That'll kill the essential internal functionings of the company, and companies will die.
Mycroft, there's another alternative thing you could have handled that situation. After they said we're not here for your sexual objectification, you should have just turned to them and says, "Oh no, it's okay. That'll never happen with you."
Well, this is the funny thing is that
Oh, yeah. I
that's
wouldn't even
eventually
rape
what's
you.
gonna happen with them, is that they're gonna realize that they're also not in the tribe. It'll just
Oh yeah,
it'll just take one little misstep on their part, and
which
Yeah.
is what we
I don't know.
see.
yeah.
Which
So
is
I
what
mean,
we see.
I have a little bit of hope for that, like that. They're, those kids are acting retarded right now, but given enough time, hopefully some of them at least come to their senses. But
I mean,
see.
apparently, okay, this is what I've heard. So, not being an American and not being a girl, I've heard that
Oh.
this is how the feminist cliques, the top dog girls, operate in high school, with these ever shifting rules and purposes to have the people leading the group keep everyone perpetually
It could have.
trying to keep up and keep in with it. And this is just their mindset. And so what you're seeing is the feminization of discourse.
Well, I mean, it could just be that. It could just be like that's the new clique, and
No, I'm
in
just
like
saying, but
that age
we're
range. But
finding, especially
I don't know.
social media, which is a heavily female-dominated arena, that discourse is becoming feminized, and therefore the feminine way of doing things.
Oh yeah, no, I was definitely. That's the funny thing is that like I will say that for sure. In that conversation that I had with them, I wasn't my usual, and you guys know my raging normal self. I was definitely not that guy. I was definitely the more passive, version of myself. Because the men in that group were very docile, tamed, I think is probably the right word.
Of course, because they're not wired to understand and follow the game.
I guess, yeah. Well, I mean, you take your typical like full of piss and vinegar, braggadocio laden man, and you put that guy in a room with somebody who wants you to respect their pronouns. What do you think's going to happen? Like it's not going to go well. So it's almost like the language has to be curtailed to allow for these I don't know, social mores to exist. And I'm not saying that they should exist. I'm just saying that they do currently.
Well, the thing is, we are so focused on the wrong thing, basically. And it's all a divide and conquer scheme. Don't get me wrong, we all recognize it. But pointing out that it's a divide and conquer scheme is also not allowed, because how dare you? And and this is something we've seen happen at the turn of the 20th century, which turned half of Europe into what we now consider right wing. And now it's happening.
I guess.
No, I don't like the word populist. There isn't a politician out there who isn't a populist. I mean, you're only a politician because people vote for you, which makes you a populist.
Well, I've always, that's the funny thing is that before populism became a trend in Europe, I always had viewed Merkel as a populist.
Yes, she is.
Because, well, it's the way that she operates her party is that
Yeah.
anytime that there's an up and coming party that's challenging her, she simply just moderates what she's doing to basically do what that smaller party is doing so that she doesn't have to fear their competition anymore. And that's a very populist sort of thing to do in a weird way because it's
There
what
isn't-
people want.
There isn't a big
Well, that's what
politician.
populist supposed to mean.
Yeah, there isn't a big politician
Appeal to
in
the
the history of politics.
Populates.
There isn't a politician that
Well, that's
hasn't been a
populi,
populist.
No, I mean that populist has been turned into a negative is an incredible feat by those who have done so, because
Well, by the
all
internationalists.
political parties are populist by definition.
Yeah.
They want as many votes as possible.
You can't be political and not be a
One
populist.
thing about the term is that it comes from leftist political commentators in the United States is that apparently they understand that a populist is somebody who does what the people want. That's not a populist. That's a unicorn. A populist is only a politician who tells the people what they want to hear. Nothing
Well,
else.
Probably.
Yeah,
But
the
but
point
every-
I can
is
see
that
that. I can see that.
they use somebody who appeals to what people want, and they will turn them a populist if that person is an enemy.
Yeah.
But not if they're not an enemy. So it has there's a political undercurrent to the use of the term, and it has nothing to do with whether the person would deliver on what they're promising.
Sure, but nobody should expect them to deliver what they promise.
No, but that's what I'm
Because
saying.
they're populists.
But a populist, they will call someone a populist because they are branded as being on the right, even if the person would deliver what they were promised.
Yes, and that's something that you will see more in the United States because in Europe we don't have the parties calling each other populist as an insult
We do
because they're
here.
fully aware.
Well, you do.
We do in the UK.
And
Yeah,
there are
it's an insult
populist
everywhere.
Movements. In the Netherlands, there's what is his name? Geert Wilders or
Wilders.
whatever. his name
Geert
is.
Wilders, but Geert Wilders isn't that much of a populist at this point in time. They will
No,
use
but
the
he
word.
will be called one till he dies.
No, at this point in time, he isn't the populist. The populist at this point in time is, and I can't remember his name, but he's Baudet. He's the leader of the Forum for Democracy, and he actually is a pure Democrat, but they call him a populist because a lot of people in the Netherlands are actually supporting him.
Maud, I'm sorry. Ever so often your sound fades out.
Oh, okay. I have to see if I can change that.
Yeah, you've got Marine Le
that's a little better.
Pen. You've got
Yeah, Marine Le Pen is a perfect example of a populist.
it just means
There's-
one thing.
In Italy, there
There's
was
a problem. Macron is also a populist.
Yeah, he was more popular.
It just happens to yeah, he is because it's perfectly
Can you be a populist and ignore the yellow vest, though? I wonder.
yes.
Of course, as long as you have more.
Because it's not about what he does; it's only about what he says.
Yeah.
Populists don't do things; they only say things.
That's why they hate Donald Trump so much.
Well, no, my
they
view
do
on
is
my view
disconnected
on
from-
here's my view on what a populist is versus a normal person who is elected. A person who is elected campaigns on a particular set of either principles or things that they're going to attempt to accomplish. And then they carry that out once they are elected. Now, a populist is somebody who is elected based on domestic issues, and once they get into office, they will, consistently change their platform or their, what they're doing, depending on what that base of people ask them to do while they're in office. That's my view of a populist.
No, but the mainstream that's what the mainstream politicians do.
No, because
No, they do.
it's
They do.
different. It's different because if you put a politician into office and you elect them into office, you expect them to carry out the will
don't.
of.
No, you
Well,
don't.
no, but like so. For example, the governor in my state, he was put into office, and he's been dealing with this whole COVID situation, and he's been getting, bevies of information on whether he should shut the state down or if he shouldn't shut the state down, or like, how he's going to handle the hospitals and all of this mess, right? And what he has done so far in my state is basically lived up to the mandate that he was given when he was put into office the last time, right? He's not actually listening to what other people are telling him to do. He is simply carrying out the mandate that he was given when he was put into office. And he's riding on that because he thinks that I'm assuming, is going to get him reelected. But if he were being a populist, what I would expect him to do is not hold to his particular political ideology or hold up to any of those standards or why he was elected, and
Yeah,
just do
but,
whatever
I
people
mean,
asked him to do.
Answer me this. Why
Guys, I'm sorry.
people get called populists if they've never held office? Because by that criteria, no one could possibly know.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm only interrupting for 2 seconds. Thank you for having me there. Please continue the talk. Have a good one, but I'm logging off.
Okay, good night.
See you in a moment.
Nice, Dan. I'm heading off as well, so I will see you maybe Saturday. We'll see.
No, continue. I'm curious of
No, he's
answer of
tired.
Mycroft.
He has work to do. He's
I
a.
have to be up in 6 hours.
I understand. I'm sorry I didn't want to interrupt, so continue, please.
But yeah,
See
my
you another time.
problem is people get called populists who have never been in office and never could be in office, possibly. It's a slur. It's an inspecific slur, and it certainly has nothing to do with whether they will deliver or not, because no one knows. That is the argument I would have with your definition of populist.
But
Yeah,
there
it's
is.
a working definition.
But
I'm
the
sure
thing-
it's not
the thing with-
actual.
But
The
it's
thing
not
with
how it's used is my point. It's used to mean right wing or we don't like.
But the thing with
Well, yeah,
populist
that's what
is
it's
something that
referred
people
to as.
really need to recognize, and this is probably the biggest problem. The whole thing about a populist is that they are against me. I call you a populist because I don't like what you're doing. And this, in all fairness, is the Bolshevik methodology.
Yeah, so I guess the definition is a person, especially a politician who strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel that their concerns are disregarded
Oh, other
by
people.
established elite groups. So I guess, you could consider Bernie Sanders as a left-wing populist.
Well, he is, and he is a Bolshevik. But that's the funny thing about Bolshevik. Bolshevik means majority. They like to think of themselves as the majority. And if they do not see themselves being the majority, then everyone who can challenge them must be a populist because they have the majority vote. But you call yourself majority.
Now, as I say, anyone who wins an election is a de facto populist
Well,
if
obviously.
it were to be used accurately. But it's not.
So that's-
it's code.
that's-
Which
And-
is my point earlier about how this code got embedded in our culture as a negative. As if somehow appealing to the majority of the people wasn't only not a bad thing, but is an absolute
It's
a
harmful
must.
thing.
It's irregular, right? Yeah, it should be regular, but it is irregular to
Yeah.
be a populist, right?
Exactly. And it's like, but that's every politician ever is a populist.
Yep.
Wants to
Right.
appeal to people. An unpopular politician isn't generally successful.
Well, you would hope anyway.
No, but you know what I mean? And it's like, But the fact that they've been able to take the term populist and make it a pejorative is, to me, the thing that stands out.
Well, I mean, think of it this way: like, I know we brought his name up earlier, but you wouldn't consider someone like Macron a populist, right? I mean, he has coined
He is.
himself.
No, he was a particular type of populist.
He was.
Well,
yeah.
he's coined himself as what was he calling himself back after he got elected? The Jupiterian president. Like, he was going to rule from
It's
from
French.
the
Just
EU.
remember, all bad ideas come from France.
Oh,
And
I'm aware.
quoting eminent history.
But the
You
system
don't
of
have to
government in
lecture
France,
me about the French. I'm American.
the system of government in France is closer to the American one than to any other European country,
How dare
Maybe.
you.
because the president is the head of government.
Maybe, but the French just don't do anything properly.
Yeah, with varying degrees of difference, and like we had a war over slavery, and you guys ran around with the guillotine for. There's some differences between the French and Americans. I'm just saying. Right
No,
now.
no. What I'm saying,
I
what I'm
have
saying
to-
is that
I have to push back on this. It's my American duty.
No,
We're
you
not
see,
the French.
Your revolution was just a modified Englishness. Much as you hate to hear it.
Our revolution was actually done in, I believe, in a varied way as a response to the French Revolution, if I recall.
No, the French
No,
Revolution
it predates.
happened 20 years afterwards. So it would have been
Which
very difficult.
Which one?
The French
The-
Revolution happened later. It would have been very difficult for your revolution to be in response to it.
The French
You were
Revolution was in
independent in
1789.
1776.
The French was
They
in
were
89.
1789.
French Revolution.
What happened is that
Yeah, but you had other revolutions prior to that, though. There were like
No.
3, weren't there?
The American Revolution was based on the principles of the English Parliament of the English Civil War in the 17th century, which toppled Charles I on the concept that you do not tax people without representation. And
Yeah.
that was the cry of the American Revolution. So it was a very English revolution. You were just doing Englishness better than the English.
I don't know. I am not a history guy, if it is
Well,
not immediately apparent.
Well, that's because you look at the superficial differences and not at the things that are similar.
I have a history guy. I go to him for these things.
Yeah.
I'm not required to know.
the French Revolution has a bit in common with the Cromwellian Revolution, in that you take over and you immediately start killing all your political enemies.
Well, no, because Cromwell didn't do that to the extent the French did.
So the French did something better than an Englishman.
Oh, here's the best
Shots
thing.
fired. Shots fired.
Here's the best thing, right? I just learnt yesterday that the French guillotine is actually a copy of an earlier decapitation
Scottish.
device invented in Yorkshire.
Yeah, it was the Scottish, I believe. But yeah.
No, in Yorkshire,
Okay. Well,
Halifax. They had one on the Antiques Roadshow, and she explained all about it. And it was a particular crime used to behead people who stole the wool that was drying.
yeah, I thought it was a Scottish thing, though. I thought the Scots banned it because they wanted to look all technologically superior to the English, or at least that they could make stuff. Oh,
No,
that's
no,
Scottish
no.
were-
This
The
was
Scottish
from.
were
We stopped using it in the 1600s, 1500s.
Well, they definitely got it from the British Isles. So,
No, they got
that's
it
true.
from Halifax.
The guillotine was definitely stolen from the
But
idea.
it
that
wasn't
was
called a
stolen from the British
guillotine. That's the French name.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the French definitely did it better, though.
Well, I wouldn't say better. They did
It
more.
was the same device.
Better or
in
worse, I
effect.
don't know what you want to call it.
It was the same device, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, well, it's really funny is that British came up with it, the French perverted it. And if you want a real laugh, go look at what the Germans did with the guillotine during World War II. Because they modernized that shit. Yeah. Basically, stop creating things, guys, because the French are going to get a hold of it, and then the Germans, and everything's going to go to hell again. Just stop making shit. They're gonna fuck it up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
no, but it is kind of funny because we started talking about racism. Fuck it, I'm going to use the word. YouTube can block me. I don't give a fuck. And all these things, they all come back to the same ideological push. And it's feminism and Marxism. I still put them pretty much in the same basket because to me they belong together. And it's all there to destroy what we have. It's not about black people. It's not about Asian people. It's about you can't be you.
I just saw something on Twitter from the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
and that's my
called-
moment to get a cigarette. Go ahead,
Aspects
sorry.
and assumptions of whiteness and white culture. And it's criticizing rugged individualism, family structure, scientific method, work ethic. Oh, this is terrible. I put it on the Discord.
Okay, I'll look at it there.
Okay. So I've just looked up the Halifax gibbet, as it was called, and posted a link in the live chat. In DuckDuckGo, it comes replete with illustrations of it.
Okay, let's see if I can find. First, I'm going to go to Paulo Costa's. Oh, it's too small. Otherwise, I would have put it as a background. But come on, open original. Yeah, it's too small. I can barely read it.
No, you have to touch you have to touch it to zoom in because
I
it's
know.
really big actually.
I know, but I can't use it as a background and zoom in.
Because as open it can't. Yeah. Too bad. This is really.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm going to use it for something in the future, probably. Come on, why aren't you working? There you go. Thank you for sharing it. You know what? I'm going to try to share it as well. Let's see if I can. Not that one. This one. And that one. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. And then you. You. And I'm going to go. Okay, so yeah, this should do the trick. Now I am zoomed in, so I can't make it bigger than this. But talking about race, aspects, assumptions of whiteness and white culture in the United States. Should I read it all? Yeah, I should.
Read it.
What?
In other words, all good things.
You've got a glorious voice. Read it.
White dominant culture or whiteness refers to the ways white people and their traditions, attitudes, and ways of life have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices in the United States. And since white people still hold most of the institutional power in America, we have all internalized some aspects of white culture, including people of color. And then one by one we go. Rugged individual.
Consider them to specify that people of color are part of all.
Well, they are.
No, and I'm saying, but they found they had to specify it. So when you say we all, you shouldn't need to clarify in any sense, or
We all, including the people of color,
Yeah, but that's
are
the
most based.
that's the thing, though. I mean, America at this point in time is fighting to survive against an identitarian enemy.
Our
So that
individualism is being subtly eroded. Yes. I agree.
yes, so that identitarian enemy will see this, and if you do not specifically name that you include people of color, they will claim that you don't.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So they don't think that people of color are part of all.
Yeah, because
That's my point. Which is
The-
confusing to me.
they're vastly racist, to be honest. Those
It is.
identitarians.
That's what I'm saying. When you
No.
say all people,
Yes, you're right.
stop.
You're right. Anywho, rugged individualism. The individual is the primary unit. Self-reliance and independence and autonomy is highly valued and rewarded.
That only exists in white people. It doesn't exist in people of color, according to them.
No. It's individuals and people of color. You see.
Yeah.
Exa-
So this
because people
This-
of color not only aren't part of all, they aren't individuals either.
well, I mean, if this is white culture, we're talking about white culture, and there are people of color who partake in white culture, which is something I honestly can agree with, to be honest.
But do you know what the irony is,
Mhm.
right?
They're individuals in their own collective. You see.
No, but do you know what the irony is? Okay, the inherent unit is the family.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is why differences between men and women don't matter, because we complement each other and both are required to raise functioning families, right?
Mhm.
It is actually a feminist position to take the individual as the primary unit. Because
but-
they're
Is it?
constantly comparing women to men when in a family context it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. I mean, and I don't really like the way that they put individualism in the way that they do. But yes,
Well,
we are.
It's a lie. It's called a lie.
But
The individual is not the primary unit. The family is the primary unit.
the family is the primary unit. But a family, as any, and I like to use sport metaphors from time to time as well. Any team is built up of individuals. It's the cooperation
Yes,
of
but it's
individuals that
nothing
makes it
without the
strong.
team either.
The family unit is necessary, but it's there. It's meant to accentuate the individual.
Yeah.
And the
I mean-
individual functions within the family. They're indivisible, is my point.
I
And,
agree.
hi
No,
there,
I
the
would
High
agree with
Desert Pioneer. I didn't see you come on, mate. Hi there. He's in the chat. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, the family structure. The nuclear family, father, mother, 2.3 children, is the ideal social unit.
You see, again, that's just bollocks.
Well, having kids
No
is...
one in their right mind thinks 2.3 children is the ideal.
What is a
Unit.
0.3 of a child exactly?
Exactly. That's my
Nah,
point.
you need-
I knew
you
where were
need-
going with that.
Yeah, no, this is mathematical. You need
Yeah.
to...
Yes, and mathematics are racist.
But it's
Well-
not the ideal unit. That's my point. It's not the ideal unit.
No, but it's to maintain a population. Every family needs
It's an average, but it's not a unit.
to maintain a
Sorry to
pop.
get off. Sorry to get off topic. here.
Systematically false what they have written.
Did you know that only 60% of men actually have children in their
40.
given lifetimes?
40.
No.
Yeah.
I looked it up. I looked it up based on census data.
Yeah, well, that
in-
might
in
be
the US.
today's census data, but over the whole of the records of the human species, it's 40.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but it could be true.
No, it's true. 40% of men and 80% of women.
Are you basing that on gene data or what?
Yeah,
I'm basing it on what the science has reported.
but it is based on gene data.
Yeah, okay. Sorry to interrupt you, man. I'm
Okay.
actually enjoying the
Okay.
speakings.
So if we look at the idea of the family, husband is the breadwinner, wife is the homemaker, and children should have own rooms, be independent. Now, I don't really care much about the own rooms things, but
Yeah, that's
development-wise,
an odd-
yeah,
That's an Americanism. It's an Americanism.
no, I can understand that because it is it is better for a kid to be able to retreat to his own room for
Yeah, but
rest
it
and
implies
relaxation.
a certain affluence.
It's like it's a picket fence thing, you know.
True.
The American dream is to, pursue whatever interest that you have, become prosperous, have the white picket fence, the wife and the 2 kids and the
Yeah,
dog,
That's
preferably
basically
a
Yeah.
Labrador.
But here's the thing: any person of any culture will seek to do that, and
True.
to have a sufficient abode, to have sufficient space, is
True.
also
True.
part of that.
True.
But it's still not the same as to have the explicit requirement of every child has their own room.
Well, it's
You
a
see what
dream
I'm
of the.
saying?
It's more of a dream of the 50s when you could actually do that. Most people are raising their children in apartment complexes these days. So
Yeah. Well,
How
I
many people in trailer parks? do the
You're
kids
right.
all have their own room.
yeah, and that's another unspoken truth of the United States is that there are a lot of very impoverished people that have had many children. A lot of them, if we're talking about the South, end up in the military, and that is an entirely unspoken reality of the U.S. that we don't.
And
like to talk
whisper it, some of them are not black.
Some of them are not black. This is
Yeah.
true. They are not
actually
based
quite
people of color.
quite a large portion of them are not, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so emphasis on scientific method, objectional, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect relationship, quantitative emphasis. Yeah, okay.
Because
That's
that didn't
that
bring
is
the
the
society real
Enlightenment.
benefit from.
That is a hearkening to the Enlightenment there. So think
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
based
saying.
European.
The qualities that created the very society everyone is in now.
Yeah, objective
all is
reality. I
well
know. Can
and
we all agree on
achievement-
objective reality?
No, you have to decolonize your mind.
Okay, I guess I do.
Decolonize science.
Okay, so
Because the
history.
witch doctor calls forth lightning, and you can't explain it.
You can't explain it. Yeah. The thing is, you can't explain a negative. Well, you can, but
That would be racist.
based on Northern European immigrants' experience in the United States. Heavy focus on a British Empire and
Really?
primitive.
Is that true, Mycroft?
Yes.
Get out of here, Redcoat.
Well,
I mean,
listen.
seriously, how much of our history do you guys bother with? I wouldn't have thought that much.
I swear to God, dude. Between you and the fucking Netherlanders, man, like I can't tell. I can't track like who's
Wait.
taking it. Like
No.
credit for America most.
If you look at the Declaration of Independence and the draft of the how do you call it, the law, I can't remember the bloody words. First Amendment, Second Amendment, that one. Constitution.
Bill of Rights?
The Bill of Rights. If you look at the Bill of Rights, you can clearly see that it has been inspired by what's the 1200 thingy?
Magna Carta.
The Magna Carta. Thank you very much.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying history has a heavy focus on the British Empire. And I want to know if American history is taught in American schools genuinely has a large component
Oh, come
of the
on.
British Empire.
American history taught at schools. They don't even recognize the fact that they had white slaves.
Do you know what? Do you know what American history is in American education? We beat the Nazis, and that was awesome. Here's your diploma.
And
There you go.
the thing is,
But this was my point. It's not a heavy focus on the British Empire.
no, the culture is.
No, it
cult-
says history. This is
Well-
No.
history.
Well,
Why-
English common law was obviously derived from
Yes, but
in
it's
British
not
values.
about that. He's talking about the history, the
No,
view of American
no,
history.
no. It's not the view of American history. It's the
It
view.
is. It's white culture in the United States, and the category is history.
White
And
culture. In a,
history has a heavy focus on the
John,
British Empire.
let me finish my sentence, please. The talking about race thing, yeah, it's white culture in the United States, and white
Yeah.
culture has several strong emphases: rugged individualism, family structure, emphasis on the
Yes, and
scientific,
history.
emphasis on the scientific method, and its history is based on these. That the people
And
in a,
that's what I said.
and
that
that the
history has a heavy
John,
focus.
please let me finish. Come on, I let you speak most of the time. Let me finish. This is an important point, and you're missing the point constantly. It's not that the people in America are aware of this history. The point
Okay.
is the culture has this historic background. That people might not be aware of it anymore. That's
You
not the.
speak with forked tongue and in sophistic terms.
As you wish, but it's based on the white culture in the
No,
United States.
Either the history is has a heavy focus on British history, which means Americans know about
No,
British history, or it doesn't.
no. The
Yes, that's
culture,
what it says.
the culture has a base on history on these 3 points. It's not
The
the American.
culture is what's in people's heads, mate.
No,
If
it's
people
not.
don't
It's
know
more
it,
than that.
It's not in the culture.
That's not true.
It
It's
is
a lot.
true.
No, it's not.
It is.
John, is it okay for women to walk around bare-breasted?
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay. Is it allowed in most Western countries?
Not
Well,
on the beach.
Sorry?
No. On the beach, yes.
Is it allowed in most Western countries? On the beach, yes. Most Western countries are not just beach, John. You're
I
being
know. That's what I said.
you're
On
being
the beach,
you're
yes.
you're
Not on the beach, no. Is what I
so
said.
it's not allowed.
Generally.
So there is a cultural thing that tells you that it's not a problem, but it's not allowed.
Okay.
So
he's got you
those
there. He's got you there, man.
those two
Okay.
things
How's he
are
got me? I don't understand the point.
yes. Well, I'm sorry there, John, but the thing is, it's not as black and white as you want to push it. We can
It's not
think.
black and white. All I said is that American history, as understood by American people, does not have a heavy focus on the British Empire.
But
The words
American
have written-
culture does.
And you're saying, of course, it does, without
The
providing
culture
any
does.
evidence whatsoever.
Well, I mean, it's the
Okay,
living memory
okay,
of
here we go again.
Empire.
Providing the evidence. The Magna
No,
Carta
okay.
and
It
the
says history is
Constitution.
based on North European immigrants. Okay, tick. The primacy of Western, that is Greek or Roman, and Judeo-Christian tradition. Tick. Heavy focus on the British Empire.
John, again, the Magna Carta and the Constitution.
No, but that
What's
wasn't the British Empire. Nothing to do with the British Empire.
Wait,
British
oh,
Empire was a
stop.
specific Period of time.
No, it's not. The British Empire
Yes,
is it's a conclusion of well, history in itself. It
No,
started.
it's not. Sorry.
It started
the British
some.
Empire was a specific history, a specific time,
This is
And
my
it did
favorite
not
part of
exist.
this show. Is when
Yeah.
and it did
John-
not exist prior
Like
to
this.
us having overseas territories.
No, that's
by
not true.
definition.
No, that's not true.
Oh, for goodness sake!
Things
You want to
evolve.
redefine empire?
No.
Redefine what does heavy focus mean, so you have a fundamentally different point to what it actually says in writing.
Okay, then let's take it. The point you yourself made. The point you yourself made. Yeah. Representation, taxation.
Yeah.
That's a British Empire thing.
It is.
It wasn't a British Empire thing.
Yeah, it was.
No, it's a
Wasn't
British
an
thing.
empire. British Empire didn't exist until the 1850s.
Well, I mean, you can. I guess you could look at like the U.S. as like kind of like an ongoing rejection of the empire. I mean, in that
No,
way,
it
we're kind of.
wasn't an empire. We had no empire until the 1850s. We had territories, many of which were private and not belonging to the British state.
Yeah, but they were still
What
part
people
of.
don't understand, if you're going to use words, you have to understand them properly. The British Empire was a thing. It happened when Victoria was declared empress. That happened on a specific date. Before that, we did not have an empire.
Okay, how did
On
we
to
call it
Google,
before
boys.
that? How did we
See.
call it before that, John?
Sorry?
How did we call it before that?
Before 1707, there wasn't even a Great Britain.
Yeah, but according to this based Wikipedia article, the British Empire has its origins from 1583 onwards. So, if we're to believe Wikipedia,
Well, as I said, it wasn't British. There was no country of Great Britain.
1578, Elizabeth I granted a patent to Humphrey Gilbert for discovery and overseas exploration. So, I guess maybe this was the very first year that it was conceived of.
It wasn't British. There was no Britain until 1707.
Yes, when they called themselves that.
No,
Yeah,
there
but I
was
mean,
no Britain. There were only
The same
separate
people, they're
countries.
just not calling themselves British yet. I mean, same people. Though.
No, because it wasn't British. It was English.
Oh, well, English Empire then? Can we just say that?
But we weren't an empire. Because an
Uh.
empire needs an empress, and the empress didn't happen until the 19th century.
Yeah, he's actually right on this, though. The first British empires technically started 1707. Technically.
Well, that's Britain started in 1707.
Which kind
Well,
of.
According
mean,
to the,
you know,
the,
good-
the
good
base
job.
Wikipedia article.
1707 was the Act of
Yeah,
Union
base
between England
Wikipedia
and
article is
Scotland.
telling you this, by the way. But
The base Wikipedia article says that King James granted charters to the Plymouth Company and the London Company, which means that it was these companies which were in fact controlled by private individuals who were in charge of administrating the territory that were the 13 colonies of the United States.
And that's what I said to you. They were private. They were not state territories. India wasn't.
is this like a?
State
Are we having a flag moment? Is it that it wasn't under the flag?
No, well,
Something
no,
like
because
that,
the
yeah.
problem is this, right? When you say an empire, that implies ruled, right? Under a
Right, okay.
central authority.
All right, I'll give you that.
And if things are independent, all your colonies had their own laws, had their own legislatures, had their own laws, some of which were different to those of Britain. At what point are they part of an empire?
Well, according to base Wikipedia article, it's 1707. But I don't know. I'm just a.
I say
humble pleb.
1707 was the date of Great Britain forming as a country, as opposed to separate England and Scotland. That's where they got that date from.
So when did all of the colonizing happen? That's what I
Well-
need to know.
Well, before that.
Sort of my
Well,
American history.
It happened when they started eating turkey with the Indians.
But there's a difference between colonies and an empire. When we were an empire, we had other countries under our dominion, like India and parts of Africa. That was an empire.
I see.
So effectively, when you were colonies, you were paying taxes to a foreign ruler.
Yeah, and that's
You will-
why they had independence. That was the precise reason they went for independence.
Yeah, everyone who was born in a colony was not considered an English citizen.
Yep.
Mycroft?
And everyone is quiet. Anyway.
Okay. So, yeah, the thing is, the definition of citizen, we're trying to judge it by modern standards, and it didn't apply
Well, hey,
because
we're not
they weren't
citizens
citizens.
now, we're subjects.
In the UK, you are, yes.
Yes, we're subjects.
I am not.
I'm not quite sure how it is in the Netherlands. We do have a royalty and all that, but I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure.
but you didn't have William the Conqueror make the monarch own everything.
No, that is true. Though large parts of the Netherlands are owned by the royal family, but not everything. I can own my own land.
Well, I know a guy who once told me that monarchies in continental Europe are mostly decorative.
Well, good if it looks.
They are now. They are
Yeah,
now. I mean,
they
Spain
are.
still has a king, right? Technically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, Norway, Denmark.
Sweden? Yeah, I was going to say.
It's kind of like a vestige of. I mean, I don't know. What's the monarchy in the UK really? I mean, the Queen, she serves a function still in the government.
She
but I mean,
owns more land than anyone on the planet by a huge amount.
Yes.
Technically,
I've heard this. Yeah.
all of Canada, all
Mm.
of the United Kingdom, all of Australia.
Not
Well,
the U.S. though.
in Belgium, the king owns jack shit because when the Belgium was formed in 1815, Belgium did not exist before then. It was the French. It was the French Netherlands.
Yep.
And they proclaimed that the king was not the king of Belgium; it was king of the Belgians.
Yeah.
He was not entitled to anything, a part of the land as part of his function.
The actually the most.
Well, it's a great way not to get decapitated. I mean, there's
the most autocratic king is actually Saudi Arabia,
Yes,
where he literally owns the whole country.
and Brunei.
well, arguably it's the prince these days, but
No, but I'm saying
No.
the king literally owns that
Yeah.
country. Whereas
yeah, he owns
in
everything.
England, the Queen conceptually owns the country.
Well, I
Yeah.
think I'm curious how it would work out in a court of law if she would claim possession.
Yeah.
How many?
It's unlikely.
How many British Republicans do you think would be on her doorstep with torches and scythes?
Oh no! That's not the British way. That is
No.
not the British way.
That's not that. How do you do it then?
Complain
don't,
over tea.
Barbara.
What's
How do
the
you
tea?
do it?
Crikey. Lots of
Well,
grumbling.
Well, that's a. I guess.
It's double though. I mean, hell, even in the Netherlands, I mean, we do have royal family now, but the Netherlands actually started out as a republic. And most people
when
don't
you
realize
kicked
this.
the king of Austria out. You were the Spanish Netherlands.
Yeah, get those Austrians out, by the way. You don't need
No, I mean, the
Everyone
Netherlands.
forgets the Hungarians.
Well, the Hungarians were kind of subordinate to the Austrian
It was the
crown.
Austro-Hungarian Empire. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it was mostly concession.
But it was mostly Austrian.
You know, the Austrians didn't think of themselves as Austrian.
No, I was
The,
going to say that the leaders of or rulers of Austria tended to come from the Habsburgs,
Yeah.
and they came from all over the shop, didn't they?
Oh yeah. That was the reason the Habsburgs and the Bourbons, they went. They're the reasons why most of the wars in Europe started.
Yeah, family squabbles like World
Yep.
War One. But that was a British, German, Russian family squabble.
And World War II was basically the continuation. Though there was
Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
well,
After all the cousins were dead.
there was more to it,
Luckily for us,
unfortunately.
the Portuguese monarchy was always made up of bastards.
though.
Literally. No.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah, the first dynasty were descendants of a nephew of the king of Burgundy. The second dynasty are descendants of a bastard child of two kings prior.
French kings, yeah.
No, yeah,
No.
it wasn't France. It was Burgundy. There was no France specifically. And the territory that could be considered France was much smaller than it is now. Burgundy was an independent country.
Okay.
And that
So,
became
yeah.
the British.
I'm learning so much today. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
The third dynasty was when we kept having a bunch of cousins marrying each other, and one king decided to play hero in Morocco and get himself killed. So
Yeah, it'll happen.
So officially, the king of Spain was the rightful ruler, all because of cousins marrying each other. And then we went to get one of the 7th or 8th in line when we decided to kick the Spaniards out.
Sounds like Portugal likes to party. To be honest.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is actually quite normal for royal families
Uh-huh.
because they always had these alliance type marriages,
Mhm.
which never ever turned out as they were promoted to turn out. So we will bring lasting peace with this union between this prince and this princess, and then 5 years later they're at war.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every time.
And the current pretender to the throne is descendant of a line which was specifically written out of the line, specifically written out in the 1834 Constitution.
Yeah.
But is officially considered the pretender because nobody else would claim it, and the Portuguese monarchist party needs somebody to rally behind. Although the
They did
pretender is not a member of the monarchist party.
They did a trace of the British royal line based on the fact that Henry Tudor, Henry VIII's father, basically usurped the throne.
Oh.
And they traced the true heir. He's a sheep farmer in Australia.
Not surprised. Of course, if you really want to get down to it and try to find out where the Y chromosome comes from, there's going to be a palace gardener somewhere who made whoopee with the queen.
Well, this is the thing about Harry, because Diana was long reported to have had an affair with this guy. I forget his name right now.
And that's why he has red hair.
And that's why Harry has red hair. So all this fuss about Harry is a royal prince and he's illegitimate anyway.
Yeah. See, this is the thing I don't understand about your monarchy, because I've been told that most of the British monarchy are, well, at least some part of it are Germans, and then I know that
No, they're all Germans.
They're all
Germans.
They were called Saxe-Coburg, and in World War One they changed the name to Windsor because the German name was rather of a handicap when we were fighting the Germans.
now wasn't the Russian nobility also German, if I remember correctly?
No. This is what I said about family squabble. King Edward VII of England, Kaiser Wilhelm II, and what was his name? Tsar of Russia were cousins.
Nicholas.
All grandchildren of Queen Victoria.
No, I think the most interconnected royal family in Europe is the Danish one.
Oh, our current Prince Philip, who's the Queen's consort, is Danish.
Yeah.
This is why I love America. Like,
But
our
it's from
guy
the Greek
was
royal
just like
family.
our guy was just a dude with some wooden teeth running around blasting British people. You know, like that's
And
our guy.
And not chopping down cherry trees.
Yeah, that's our guy.
Yeah, but
Not even educated.
Yeah, but the thing about royalty, if instead of making those war epics, they turn European royalty into a Mexican soap opera, that would be epic.
No, but it is.
Well, it already is.
It is a Mexican. It is a Mexican
If I
soap opera.
had, if I had another lifetime, I would love to go through all of the quandaries and long interesting.
Just look on the bright
tracks about
side,
that.
Michael. We've got our royalty. You've got the Bushes and the Clintons.
Yeah, we do. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm
We
not
tried
really.
to get away from that. We did.
Yeah, I wanted to
There
say
was
I'm
an
not really
attempt.
sure which is better. I would pick any royalty in Europe over the Bush and the Clintons.
Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. America
No,
kind of got
okay.
out of control. We tried, man. Anyway, weren't you reading an article? I remember there was an article.
Yeah, forget about it.
Okay.
We've been all over the place again, and I can't be asked. That's
Oh,
all
is
right,
it still
though.
streaming? I forgot.
Yes, we're still streaming, John. In all fairness, though, we've been
Yeah.
on it for.
Renovart's show said, I just want all the BLM leaders to find out they have mostly white European DNA and watch the meltdown. Was it
Oh, that is true.
was it Beyonce or somebody found out that she was actually descended from slave owners?
Well, what did
But-
she think she was? She's almost white.
Yeah, but
Whoa,
but
wait,
she's
whoa. She's descendant of a black slave owner.
But it's like this is what
Important.
happens when you lie about your history.
Yeah. And in all
If
fairness,
you thought that
this.
there was like any sort of like sense going on in the United States right now, you're.
Yeah.
We don't think you're better than us.
Oh no, we will openly admit that we're absolutely retarded, but that's the
Oh,
great thing
that's
about
what
the
I'm saying.
U.S.
We don't think you're better than us.
No,
We're
at
definitely
this-
more entertaining.
at this point-
everything interesting happens in the United States.
Yeah, at this point, the
Bigger,
United States is a
Longer,
mess.
grander. We have an election in 6 weeks. It's called and it's over in 6 weeks. You take 2 years.
Well, we take a lot longer than that, man. It's a whole procession.
Yeah. Curious how things will
Yeah,
turn out, though.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I called the minute I heard that Bernie Sanders was stepping down against Biden.
Yeah.
Literally the minute it occurred to me that the real candidate to run will be Hillary Clinton.
Everybody keeps saying that, dude. Like it's
No.
It's a
But here's
long.
the
It's a
point.
long.
No. Here's
You're
the
not-
point. Here's the point. I said that the minute I heard. However, I also understand that this will not be revealed until very close to the election.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that that's the big conspiracy theory, right? Is that Biden is going to wait until near the debates when the debates are sort of like cracking off about to start happening, and then he's going to name.
No. He is the dummy, right? So
Yeah.
he will do the debates.
He's going to load Hillary Clinton, basically. Yeah, that's the
Because it
that's
won't
the big
matter.
conspiracy theory.
It won't matter if Trump murders him in the debates because he won't be running. That's how they get round the debate issue. Doesn't matter who Trump beats in the debates if he doesn't run against the person he debates.
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. What I think is going to happen now. There's a new woman. The Atlantic wrote an article about her. Something Bass. I'm not very familiar with this woman, but she may be Biden's campaign mate. Now, I still believe that he's going to pick Kamala Harris. I believe that.
That would be
But
a mistake.
we'll see.
No. I'm
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hillary Clinton comes back as vice president.
Yeah.
At least
I
for a
would
few
not
months.
Biden to suffer a terrible accident.
No.
a
He's not even
medical
going.
emergency.
He's going to have a medical emergency, and he's going to step down because he can't take it anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I mean that's been a long-standing joke because there was an article penned, I believe, by the New York Times, something along the lines of "Stay alive, Joe. We need you." And the idea is that he gets into office, and then when he, eventually gets chaptered out of office, based on I don't know what amendment, whoever is, his
how
VP
exactly-
pick is going to take over.
How
Well,
exactly do they think they can get Biden elected? Or are things that screwed up over there?
They are that screwed up.
The half of the United States believes that Trump is a Nazi. So do the math on that, and you will understand where the Biden voting base is. There are a bunch of
Which is irony, because Biden is a Nazi. He wrote VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act. which
He
is
did.
the
He
most
was
despicable
responsible
piece
for
of
that. Yeah.
legislation ever.
It's kind of funny though. I mean, can you imagine that you're so much against Trump that you're going to vote into office someone who can't even complete a sentence?
Yeah, that's where we are at right now in America. Yeah,
So I mean, when Trump became the president, the liberals were out there saying, "Oh, I hope he crashes the economy because, I mean, it would be terrible for us, but at least it'll prove how bad he is." And they went from that to, okay, we got to vote in someone who will actually crash our society and our economy because we don't want Trump again because he's so successful.
I don't want to get into like too much insider information, but there's been so I work in banking. I think you guys know that, but there's been a private assessment of how much a Biden presidency will actually cost the banks and the stock market, and I think the figure was something around like 12%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's
Yeah.
a lot of money.
But it
That
is.
is a lot of money.
Yeah,
That
that's
is a
like,
lot of fucking money. And the thing is that the banking lobbying firms are going to be starting to come out against Biden because of all of his silly comments about corporate America and all that. But yeah, I don't think he will survive that simply because that's going to feed into the unions, and then the unions is the Rust Belt, and we'll see how it goes. But
yeah, well,
typically, if you don't have the sign off from the banks,
Yeah, of course.
it's not going to go
Democrats
well.
are the corporate party, so I mean,
Well, I mean, it's the thing is that Biden is going to be a continuation of Obama's legacy, and
yeah.
oh god,
Obama's legacy, according to the banks, is nothing but tyranny and genocide. So, I mean,
Yeah.
you can imagine how hard the banks are going to be leveraging against
no
Biden's
wonder the
But,
presidency.
left
I mean-
loved Obama then.
But I mean, let's be honest. Look at what happened with the banks during Obama. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming Obama for that. The banks do have a heavy burden in this as well. But I mean, how many banks crumbled under Obama? There was Fannie
Technically
Mae.
none.
Now, hang on. 2008, wasn't that just before Obama came in?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Well, I
That-
mean,
that was the
it's
crash.
Bush Obama legacy, though. I mean, Obama did.
Well, he continued
Obama's
it.
responsible for the CFPB. He's responsible for oh God, what is that act? Now I'm going to sound like a retard. There's a very Trump repealed the core tenets of that particular bill. I can't remember the name of it now, but there were a lot of hyper regulations that dropped onto the banks, and so I've been saying this for a while, and this goes back to Bill Clinton's presidency with the Bank Modernization Act. I think this is my view. I think that there is a growing concern amongst the elites, whatever you want to call them, that China's top-down governance and their monetary controls are a threat to the U.S., and so that's why the U.S. has been pushing for centralized banking to such a degree that we have now. There are 4 banks in the United States that control the majority of the assets in the U.S., and I think that is there for a reason. I think that is there because people are at the top spooked about China's like controls over their economy, and I think that they feel as though they need to be able to compete with that, and that's why we are where we are today. And so you've got Wells Fargo, Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, and US Bank. Those are the largest four. And if you want to know who runs those banks, I would refer you to the Federal Reserve.
Which is
those
private.
Those banks are not run by their CEOs.
Yeah,
Well,
the
the Federal
Federal.
Reserve is itself private.
Yeah,
Uh,
the
I
Federal
would say
Reserve
it's
is.
an apparatchik of the state, in my opinion.
No, it's not.
No, but it was specifically set up to not be an actual government organisation.
It is a private organization. Profits made are shared amongst the owners. The state has very little to do with it.
Yeah, but the appointment to the board, or the like Jerome Powell, for example, is a Trump appointee. The federal government does control who operates the Fed. So I mean, you can say it's private, but so is the CIA. I mean, who are they working for, though? Just
Well,
saying.
I mean,
CIA.
the CIA is working for the CIA. Yeah, that's true.
No,
That's a
I
joke.
mean-
That's a joke. That's a joke, by the way. The CIA is not privately owned. That's a joke. That's a meme.
I know.
Oh, well, no, but the CIA has always run for itself. Why do you think they did all those illegal drug things? You know, drug operations.
Oh, you mean like where they convinced all the black people to do the cocaines?
No, I mean like what was it? Was it Air Vietnam or something? They did.
Air America. Air America,
Air
which operated in
America?
Vietnam. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Iran-Contra
They
deal.
run
Iran-Contra.
the drug business.
By the way, England, you don't get out of this. Barclays very well mixed up with the U.S. banking cartels. just
Oh,
so
I'm
you know.
sure. I'm sure
But
they
that's-
all are. I'm
that-
sure.
That's the thing, though,
I'm
This
because
is
just saying,
why
when
I-
the 2008 housing crisis, all that shit happened, you know, the first motherfucker on the phone was Barclays. Fucking Barclays
course.
Bank, man.
But that's
But,
the whole thing about the international banking is pretty much fucked up. Funny enough, this is one of the things that the Americans wanted to do different. They didn't want to have a centralized bank. But then in
Well, according
what
to
was it?
Jefferson, Jefferson also wanted no money, like no national money. So, I mean,
Yeah,
crazier
that was
times, right?
that was a little bit silly. But and in all fairness, when did the banking thingy got centralized?
Federal Reserve happened as a result of the Great Depression.
Yeah.
The problem is like after. So, in the U.S., banking was completely decentralized prior to, like the 1910s, and Federal Reserve was created prior to the Great Depression. It just simply took on more powers after the Great Depression.
Yeah, but the Great Depression itself was called 19.
It was caused. Well, no, it was.
1929.
Well, the Great Depression was.
The Wall Street crash was a thing. It caused World War II for a start.
You
Well-
could make that. Well, I've heard that argument. I don't know if you can
Well,
make that
because-
argument,
because-
but I've heard that argument.
German economy never recovered from World War One because of the level of reparation.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah,
was
but
that was.
I mean,
Pushed it over
they were
the edge.
they
I'm-
were
I'm-
heading that direction.
I'm sorry, John. There
Yeah,
was a
and
lot
the
more
Wall Street
going
crash
on.
Pushed it over the edge. That's the point. It wasn't a single cause. It wasn't
No.
a singular cause.
I don't
I-
know. You
was
either
one
get
of the-
Hitler in 1940, whatever, or you get
1933.
Hitler in 1950.
No,
What's the
Hitler-
difference?
Kane was doing nothing until 1932, which was 3 years after the Wall Street crash and 3 years of
Yeah,
hyperinflation
John-
in Germany.
I understand that, but the hyperinflation in Germany wasn't only because of Wall Street. There was
Not
this.
only I did qualify.
Yeah,
as
but
one.
let me finish, please. There was another huge problem in Germany since 1918. Actually, was the Spartacus
the treaty?
Revolution? No. 1918 was the Spartacus Revolution. That was when the Bolsheviks tried to literally overthrow the German or the Weimar
You keep
Republic.
hanging on this, and it was over by 19.
No,
It
no,
was
no,
in
no,
the
no.
20s.
The fighting was over by 19, but it didn't stop because it ended in Antifa. In 1933, 32, I can't remember now. I have to look it up again. Because the fighting forces that did the Spartan Revolution, what's her name? Blah, blah, Luxemburg. She got killed. Rosa Luxemburg. She got killed, by the way. Fair enough. They pushed that mentality into the, I think it was the KPD and the SPD, but I have to look it up again. It's been a while since I talked about this. And the KPD is Communist Party and the Socialist Party of Germany. Those two fighting forces went together, and that is what Antifa is. They kept fighting the Germans. The Spartacus Revolution may have
But it doesn't explain the economics. And the economics
yeah, it does,
explained
because
by
they
the
destroyed
reparations
everything.
Exacerbated by the war.
No, 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 no.
Yeah,
The
well,
Antifa,
it's
they
exacerbated, but not caused by. What can we?
Well, when I say cause, if the exacerbating factors hadn't happened, it wouldn't have been severe. Hitler only got into power by the skin of his teeth.
but he got into power because not so much the money thing, it's the destruction created by the Bolsheviks.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah, it
Well,
was just like it happened in
well,
Italy.
What caused the hypernational? Because there were many groups prior to the Nazis in Germany. Like, what caused the hypernationalization that happened in Germany? And from what I've been told,
I'm sorry.
It's-
Go on.
the treaty.
What forced all the different groups together into one big NSDAP was the fact that the treaty was dreadful, and the Bolshevik were attacking people in the streets. They were taking down statues. They're attacking people that went to work. They were attacking workplaces. They were destroying the German society. And
Isn't
that
it entertaining how like
history is
communists
repeating
raging
itself?
in the street always precedes something terrible? Isn't
Yeah.
that funny?
That's what I said. It's history repeating itself, because it happened in 1918 in Italy. It happened. 19. It happened a few years later in Germany. It's happening in America now, and it always follows the same pattern. And at this point in time, people will call people racist and whatnot. Fair enough. I've often said it's culture that is a driving factor. I don't care about skin color. I don't care about any of that. But the more the push is going, the more people will retreat into their own ethnic groups. Not something I like, not something I look forward to, but this is what drove the Second World War.
It is true. It is true. I mean, bro, like, look at in the U.S. right now. Like, if you go look at fucking Tucker Carlson, he's talking a lot more about white people than he is anything else these days. So, I mean, yeah, there's, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you there. I don't think that I will say this. I don't think the Civil War is coming like a lot of people are fucking talking about.
Well, people keep pointing out, like Tim Pool, that the Civil War isn't a civil war like the previous American Civil War, because that was not typical of civil wars in general.
No. If it's going to be
that we all got our guns and like politely shot each other, you know.
Well, no, because you actually had a geographical divide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that
Civil
there is
wars
no.
don't have geographical divides. They are ideological divides, which means that people, like in Britain, the Civil War was fought all over the country. Well, the countries, 4 countries to be precise, because there were people on both sides all over those 4 countries.
And if I'm going to be very honest, I think what America is going towards is basically what Weimar Germany went towards, and eventually Hitler came to power. That does not mean that in America, the one that comes to power will be another Hitler, because there are many ways.
No, that'll never happen.
I don't think so either.
Well, we're well inoculated from all of that. I don't think it will be.
No, it'll be another Stalin. It won't be another Hitler.
No, I don't think it will be another. I hope it won't be another Stalin. Maybe I should, because if they would
Well,
have
they're the
gone,
ones with the power.
not really,
Well,
because if I look at
I
Trump,
mean, if I was like a based Marxist, right, the institutions that I would want to infest would be the federal government, and then all of the governing institutions that the federal government grants power to. So like the EPA and like
They've
you
got
know,
worse. They've got the education system.
they've got the education
all
system.
of the departments. Yeah, I mean,
They've
like
got the
that's.
education system, which means they've got the lot.
They've got the rest. Yeah, I
But
agree with
that's the
John on
thing,
this
though,
one.
is that you will see a lack of enforcement, which is what's happening already. I mean, like, if you have the federal government can say whatever it wants. If the populace of a particular state decides that we just disagree with your laws and we're not going to abide by them, then where's your enforcement? Our sheriffs are not going to enforce your gay laws. So, fuck yourself, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you want to send feds down, then you can have feds fighting the fucking sheriff department. I mean, that's that's your business, but
Yeah, but
it's not going to go well.
that's why I'm thinking, if we're looking at if a civil war would happen in America, and in all fairness, I am willing to believe that can happen. Don't get me wrong. I think it will be along the line as we saw in Weimar Republic Germany. Now, that doesn't mean that the outcome will be an American version of socialism and NSDAP, but we will see people in America stand up against what they will perceive the biggest threat. And on one side, we have groups like BLM and Antifa,
Mm-hmm.
and it will be the civilian that's on the other side. And this is the thing people always seem to forget, because if we look at Italy before fascism became a thing, it was the Bolshevik against the civilian. If we look at Weimar Germany, it was the Bolshevik against the civilian. Now I hope that when this happens in America, it won't go overboard into a far right, yada yada blah blah bullshit
Well, it's
story.
not the far right, is
See
it?
what you're
I
gonna
know,
see.
but
I think a new American revolution is just going to be like a libertarian thing, dude. Like
no, I hope not.
it,
I
it,
hope
it you know,
American
because
libertarian. American libertarian is dreadful. English
well, no,
libertarian, yeah,
I'm
sure,
saying
but
like if let's say that the Fed overreaches and then the states decide that a number of states decide that they're not going to listen
it's
to the federal
not
government.
it's not going to be the states. It's not going to be the governments. It's going to be the people.
Right, but I mean that's the thing though, is that so in the like, okay, so for example in Arizona, I am governed by my governor,
Mhm.
Doug Ducey. Now if I wanted that man's head on a pike, it wouldn't take much for me to go and get it. But that man can barely get all you have to do is look at the COVID numbers. Like he can't get Arizona under heel. He doesn't have the ability to do it. Even if he brings in the National Guard, he can't even do it. So I'm not particularly I don't know, man. Like, I'm not particularly concerned about it being like a top-down thing. I don't think that
It's not going
we
to be.
have much.
It's not going to be a top-down. And I mean, don't get me wrong. There are politicians that people will support and whatnot, because not all politicians are bad. But this is going to be nasty, because this is people fighting people.
Yeah, but like our state operates its own budget, right? Like, so like all of the things
Doesn't matter.
that
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
that
matter.
make Arizona, for example, like whole, are operated on a state level. We're not like
Doesn't matter.
California that's basically
Yeah, I
propped up by
understand.
the federal
But
government.
it doesn't matter. And it won't happen in every state, don't get me wrong, because America is big. But the fight
Yeah.
will be between the Bolshevik Marxists on one side and the average person on the other side. Politics has nothing to do with it. Actually, when politics comes part of it, look at Seattle, look at Portland, where the police basically were told to stand down every time Antifa was misbehaving. Look at the average person in these cities, in these states, how they are looking at their politicians. Either they will vote them out and they will return to a rule of law because the politicians return to a rule of law, or the people will stand up and force this.
Well, I will tell you this: the militias are on the rise again.
Yeah.
In the U.S. I mean, there are a hell of a lot of I'll tell you, I've considered joining a militia myself. I mean,
But the funniest thing now, though, is that there are plenty of militia out there, because I haven't been doing videos for a while, but I've been reading into it a little bit. There are lots of militias that are no longer segregated by ethnicity. There are now militias that are segregated by location. So you have militias with people of all sorts of ethnicities, but they live in the same neighborhood, and they will stand together to defend their neighborhood. That's the next step. And I hope these people win, don't get me wrong, because they share a culture. They don't share a skin color, they share a culture. That's what America should try to achieve.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like, this is I don't know, man. If you want to talk about like culture war, this is the war against internationalism. It's against the I don't know. If I was okay, so the reason that I've been considering joining a militia is I love the state that I live in.
Mm-hmm.
I love Arizona, and I want it to continue to be prosperous. And right now, and for the foreseeable future, it seems like it's going to continue to be that way. But if things, continue to go off the handle, that will be threatened, and at some point, it will be necessary to defend what we've got going here in the desert, and at that point, it's kind of like, I don't know, duty to defend what you got, right? Like, I mean, that's my view.
And funny enough, that's what the founding fathers were talking about when they said we need militias.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Minutemen all over again, right?
Yeah. But this is also what happened, and this is why I have to stress this. This is also what happened in Weimar Germany, because the first persons that fought against the Bolsheviks in Weimar Germany weren't the police, but it were the Freikorps. And now people will say, the Freikorps, they were Nazis. No, because the Nazis didn't even exist. Freikorps were ex-military that no longer were military, but they stayed together because, you know what, may as well stay together. And then at a certain point in time, they were like, okay, this is going too far. We're standing up now. And this is the same thing that's what's happening in America now, where militias are feeling like, okay, maybe it's the time that pretty soon we have to stand up.
Well, I mean, you should see the coffers, man. So I've heard pretty recently that they're making some good money. So I don't know. Hello, wifey.
She can't hear you, mate. I've got headphones on. She's making ready to go to bed, so I guess that's...
I guess that's the stream then. You gotta listen to the wife, man. Don't be stupid.
Well, it is almost 3 a.m., so there is it seems a good time. No, but this is the thing. If we're looking, and don't get me wrong, I'm happy that this is happening in America, because out of all of the countries, America is the one country that I feel has the biggest chance of not becoming an ethno-state. Because I don't...
Britain won't become an ethno-state.
It's not
couldn't
in
be an
our.
ethno-state because we have multiple ethnicities within us natively.
I don't see Britain standing up. I simply don't see Britain standing up. Look at how long it's taking to leave the European Union. I don't see Britain standing up against Black Lives Matter
No
and the Marxist
American
push.
is going to go to war for white pride or any of that shit. It's not. It's
Yeah.
just not in our DNA.
No,
but
indeed.
No. Modwin, you said against an ethno-state.
Britain won't revolt. Britain won't stand up against Black Lives Matter. Hell, Britain is hardly standing up against the how do you call this? The grooming gang bullshit. I don't see Britain standing up. Nor do I see the Netherlands standing up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about how bad.
No,
Because
you said against an ethno-state. I was
We-
responding to the word you said, which was against an ethno-state.
Well, is that?
no, we won't stand up against Black Lives Matter. We won't revolt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you said
But
ethno-state.
Germany did revolt, and it turned into an ethno-state in Weimar Republic. If if a country has it in them to revolt, they will turn into something. If Germany would still have the stance to stand up against the if, for example, the revolution would start again in Germany, that the chance is really big that it will turn into an ethno-state again. Because people will revert to what they feel natural. But America never was an ethno-state.
Yes, but
No,
that's not
we're
your
not-
point. The
Yeah,
point
no,
you
but we're.
said was about not turning into an ethno-state.
Yeah.
And nothing you've said indicates you think Britain will turn into an ethno-state. So
Nothing-
I'm really puzzled to see
nothing-
your point.
Nothing I said
Here's
makes
the,
me
here's
think
the hard
that-
truth, fellas, about the U.S. The U.S. is going to become massively Hispanic and Anglo in genetics, because let me tell you, Latin women are fucking hot, and many proud white, Hispanic babies will be born over the next I don't know, several generations.
I still don't understand why Hispanics aren't considered white. But then again, I don't understand what white is to begin
yeah,
with.
Because
well,
in America, they
well, it's
include
because they come because in
Mesoamerican.
America, because in America everything south of the border is Mexican. That's how we look at it.
No, the reason, Modwayne, is because Hispanic in European means Spanish.
Yeah.
In American, it means
Brown.
Mesoamerican / Spanish.
It means brown. It means
Yeah, but-
brown.
I mean,
Yeah,
let's
but the Spanish peoples heavily intermarried with Mesoamericans, and therefore there is little pure Spanish.
Native, you mean?
genetic
There are no Aztecs anymore. I agree. Yeah.
No,
So-
but there are no Spanish either. They are mostly intermarried, and therefore what you call Hispanic is inaccurate.
well,
Well,
Insofar as it doesn't refer to Spain.
I will say this: that I think that the U.S. should have conquered Mexico when we had the chance, and it's unfortunate that we didn't. I'm just saying.
anyway, guys, I'll be right back, but I need to pee, and you guys keep it going for a while. And I need
I'm
to
gonna
do
get
the
some
rabbits.
ice as well, so I will be a moment.
Well, you're going to deport some foreigners, are you?
Why don't you talk to Paulo? He has been very silent this entire conversation.
Yeah.
I feel like he needs to pipe up. Come on, man, we need that POC power.
Well, you see, he's Portuguese. They've got it sus.
Yeah, we're the original white people.
You're the original white people.
Yes, because the majority
is
of the
Slovakia,
DNA that is presently in Western Europe, although that majority no longer lives in the Iberian Peninsula, it took refuge here in the last ice age.
Mm-hmm.
So the
I read
people
that.
There you go.
from Western France and Southern England are descendants of Iberians.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
actually, the Irish, the Celtic coast are the main descendants of that. The what they call the oh shit, what's that place? Oh fuck, my brain's gone. What's that region at the top of Spain called? Southern France?
Galicia,
No,
Basque Country.
Basque. Yes, they call it the Basque Refuge. There were two others. There's one in the Caucasus, no, the Balkans, and there was one in the Caucasus, Ukraine area. So those were the three refuges that were used to repopulate Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the English come from the Balkans and actually went via Germany and Scandinavia because the North Sea was still land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where the Celts first
So no, the
developed.
Celts are the ones from Iberia, the ones who went up the west coast.
Yeah, there's kind of a difference. They're trying to establish a difference between Celts and Gauls because the earliest
What we call Celts, the Celtish nations,
yes
are Gallic speakers, ironically,
yes
are
which
the
came
ones
from
who
the
are
Basque.
descended from Iberia,
Yes.
whereas the English came, the closest genetic match is the Belgae in modern day Belgium.
Mm.
As I say, the sea was actually land.
You could still go across.
Yeah, both the Channel and the North Sea were flooded relatively recently because they're both shallow.
Mm-hmm.
Only as the ice really melted, because as I was taught at school, the thickness of the ice over the north of England where I was born was 2 miles.
To what?
Yep.
2 miles.
Yeah, 2 miles of ice.
Hmm.
Yeah, there was a vast accumulation of ice, particularly in the British Isles. More than even in other mountain regions in Europe.
Hey, you got those specs with the blue reflection shit?
The what?
Your glasses, they're reflecting the blue light. Is that working for you? Does that mitigate your headaches?
No, not this.
Yeah.
No,
Do
this
you
is a
have
normal.
I was seeing blue light being refracted from your lenses. I just recently got those, and I was curious if it's actually working for you or not.
No, it's perfectly normal. I never noticed anything different.
Oh, so do you not have that? I don't know.
No, these are just from for myopia.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No problem. If,
I just recently got these glasses that apparently they're supposed to refract blue light,
Ah,
and apparently that's supposed to be good on headaches. Like I sit in front of a computer most of my days, and
yeah, that might be a good idea.
yeah. Sorry, I just thought it saw blue light coming off your glasses, so I.
No, must be because of those swirly lights, the ones that supposedly save energy.
I'll tell you what. Next time you go get glasses, you get the ones with the like blue refractulite thing. Just ask them about that. They'll know it's
I
very
always get the
scientific.
cheapest ones.
No,
You know,
get the cheap.
yeah.
Come on, man.
One thing we have, just because we have free healthcare doesn't mean everything is free, and
No.
often and
Whoa! Oh, you're breaking the narrative, man. You can't.
No.
I heard all healthcare is free in Europe because you guys
this
are so.
There are two things which are not free, and it's this and teeth.
actually, nothing is free. I mean, you still pay for it.
No, we pay taxes for it, but
Mm.
no, but you got to go to an actual doctor with actual money to get these.
Oh well, I was told that the government was going to pay for all that. So I mean,
Nope.
And
No,
I
you
know.
only pay for this. You only pay. It's only free if it's an emergency. If it's something that you need every day, you got to pay for it.
And even if it's an emergency, it's not free. You already paid for it.
Yes. It's called taxation.
Yeah. And
Free at the
all
point of use is the term.
Free at the point of use. Yeah.
no,
The crown jewel of the UK, the NHS, the thing that I hear complained about the most when it
Yeah.
comes
That's
to British.
because people are never happy.
maybe
People never had what?
Happy. They're never happy.
Oh,
You see,
well, I mean, you should have
you
factored that
you
into the
can't have a
equation.
perfect system, right? It's not, it's run by the government. You're not going to get a perfect system. So what do you want? Do you want a relatively egalitarian system that provides equal access to all, even if the access is shitty? Or do you want a more refined system, but where if you're poor, tough luck?
well, that's the thing though. Cuba had a
Let me
perfectly
give
free
you
system.
the based American take on that. My view is that the hospital's not going to turn away a dying man, and that cost will be eaten by the hospital. And I think that, yes, I think families should take care of their family members. If you don't make them do that, then the state will have to take that on as their burden.
Yeah,
And
but
that
the thing
just-
is, you hear of people being ruined by long-term medication costs.
That is actually I'm assuming you're going into the medical bankruptcies thing.
No, I'm just talking about, you hear tales of people who've been ruined by the protracted cost of medication over a long.
Yeah, that's actually false. Believe it or not.
I believe
The
it.
reality of that is that people, the majority of those quote unquote medical bankruptcies, which are actually a very small number already to begin with, most of those medical bankruptcies are already led into by existing debt, so they're conflated, right? It's the same. So think of it like the COVID deaths. Like somebody gets hit by a truck, but they had COVID, and so they died from COVID. It's the same thing with medical bankruptcies. It's the same thing. This person had a massive amount of debt. They were already about to tip over into bankruptcy anyway. They were going to be taking that protection, and then bam, they got hit by some medical thing. That's the thing that tipped them over. So then they count that as a medical bankruptcy. It's not as bad in the U.S. If you look at the numbers, our healthcare has increased from the 60s to now. It has increased in the amount of money that an individual on average will pay, but it is not to a degree that it is unaffordable for most Americans. If it were, you would see the entire American system completely flop over because everybody would be going into medical bankruptcy, and that simply does not happen. It's a lie. It is a lie. But you tell that to Bernie Sanders.
Oh, but Bernie Sanders is still convinced that Sweden is a socialist state.
Well,
Yeah.
it's because Bernie Sanders rests on this moral ground that healthcare is somehow a human right. That's why he has that belief, because he knows
Well-
that if we actually
Now I'm going to bring this
We
back
actually-
to something we spoke about earlier. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. We're going to bring it back to something I brought up earlier. Because Bernie is a socialist. He believes in Marxism. In Marxism, it is possible to have certain stuff be done to you for free. Because Marxism believes in slavery. You want to have something done to you for free? That means you need slaves. That's how it works. There is no other way. You can't have free healthcare. It's impossible. Unless you force people to do it for free, which is slavery.
Well, I mean, this is the thing that no American will accept, and this is the reason that Obamacare did not get off the ground, because nobody wants to see their taxes go up to 50% of their income. We're already stressed. As an American, I can tell you, if somebody was to come to me and say, I'm going to take 25% of your net income and then you'll have free health care, I'm going to be looking at the amount of money I'm paying for my insurance currently and then saying, my insurance is cheaper, so fuck yourself. I'm going to go get my gun, and if you don't back the fuck off,
Yeah,
we're
well,
gonna have problems.
in the Netherlands, we have single payer. We've had it for a long time, and it was a great thing because it will make it cheaper. Unfortunately, however, it didn't make it cheaper, and it's been going up every year. I started around 120 guilders, which was the time that the Netherlands still had guilders. Then we went to euro. I'm now paying, let's say, 160 to 180 euros per month. And a guilder is basically half of a euro. So it went, I think, 400%, 500% in the last, let's say, 15 years, 20 years, maybe. And that's just what I have to pay. And that's not even adding the fact, because certain things you have to pay extra. Now, your medication and doctor visits you get for free, but glasses still need to pay for it. Certain medications you still have to pay an addition to it. So
Right, on top of the taxes.
on top of no, it's not a tax. No. I am insured. It is a government forced insurance.
Yeah,
So
ours is not an
I don't.
insurance.
I already hate everything about this.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not too happy
In
about it as
Portugal,
well.
It's not an insurance. It's tied up with Social Security. So you have to pay the equivalent of, if you're an independent worker, you pay 25% of your earnings into the Social Security system. If you are working for somebody, you pay 33%, but you only pay 11.5. The other 21.5 are paid by your employer.
It's insane.
Yeah,
I remember looking at the Swedish tax system, and 50% of their take-home income is taken by the government. And
look at
holy
Denmark.
shit, man, I would not want to be Swedish, because like if that is, you're paying for the government that's going to be importing a whole bunch of 600 AD level people to your country that are going to burn down your shit, and you're supposed to be
not
relying
allowed to.
yeah, sorry. I have a general, maybe I'm just an American, but like I have a general distrust of political, well, not political power, but like institutional power. I'm not a fan. I am not a fan. They fuck everything up all the time. All the time. You want to
Yes.
hold somebody accountable,
That's the thing with authoritarians.
play with their purse strings. That's how you keep people accountable.
Yeah, that's the thing with
threaten their food supply.
that's the thing with authoritarians. They don't care about you. They care about their power, and they will tell you everything they think you want to hear to convince you that they have the best interest for you. And then people fall for it and they listen.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
Well, that is the question.
I have plenty of tea, and I have a perfectly good harbor here in case any of you are interested.
We
well,
have very
I am looking
ways that we're taxed, but they're not called taxes. It's government imposed certification that will be handled by a private corporation with a monopoly on that service. For example, my building, we have an elevator, and that elevator must be certified that it's safe. And every 2 years, we have to pay a certification company to come in here and check that everything is safe. If there are things that are not according to what they define as safety, we have to do modifications to the elevator to make sure that make sure it complies. If not, we are not allowed to use our own elevator because then the company that has a contract to oversee that the functioning is correct, then they will come and they will lock out the elevator from use.
Wait, is that a government function then? Like,
it's a government mandated it's a government mandated service that is attended by a monopoly. Well,
okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's
pretty
I mean,
fucked
that's
up.
standard regulation. I mean, you can have. I think it's the same way in the U.S. actually. Like if you have something that is a public hazard, the state can step in and say you can't use this thing. I mean, it's the same thing if like raccoons take over a park, they'll shut the park down. I don't know.
The thing is, in practical terms, we everybody who lives here knows that we must have an elevator in working conditions, and then we can't let that elevator malfunction. We don't need a certification company to tell us that, so we should not have to spend money on them.
So can you select your certification company, or does it have to be like the state tells you which ones you can use?
The state tells you which ones you can use.
See, okay, that's a problem.
You can choose which company comes in and fix your elevator and perform maintenance. You can switch, but the certification company, the certification company needs to be certified that it's a certification company, and the state certifies who can be a certification company.
Wow, bro. Okay, so you know who like fucking fixes my electrical problems in my apartment?
You do.
No, it's Joe Sanchez from the from the apartment complex. And do you know why I love Joe Sanchez? Because Joe Sanchez is cheap labor, and that keeps my rent prices low. And if I have a problem with my electricity, which I have had in the past, I will fix it myself.
Yeah.
And I have. My electricity is running just fucking dandy right now.
It's not that hard.
No, I mean this is the thing. This is the point of liberty. Liberty is you fix your own shit, and by fixing your own shit, you keep those prices low, and you keep those $7,000 government hammers out of your life. I mean that's the point, right? I
Yeah.
don't know. That's me.
Yeah.
Anywho, people, this is something William Carson said in the chat a moment ago. We're still going, which is true. We've been going on for a very long time. It is 3 a.m. We started at 11, so we've been busy for 4 hours,
Jesus.
and I'm knackered.
Yeah.
Go to bed.
I am.
You gotta
Which-
go to bed too.
Yeah, sorry, us Europeans are all very late.
Sleepy boys.
It's
No, just
It's
late.
only 6 o'clock here, so I'm good.
yeah, no, it's not. It's no longer late though. It's early.
Early.
And there have been times in my life that I stood up at this time.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I will say this as I came in, Gimli, you have my axe. You are a very entertaining soul. I still watch your videos on BitChute. I do, just so you know.
well, I haven't
The guy
made
that's-
anything new for a long time, so
The guy that's been giving you thumbs up on BitChute, that's me. That was me.
thank you.
keep putting those up.
Yeah, I'll probably start doing more of them. I kind of stopped because I wanted to focus on education. I'm trying to study for psychologist, but it's a very expensive endeavor, and not having a job kind of conflicts with that expensive endeavor.
Roger.
So yeah, there is that. It's so annoying. Okay, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a social therapist. I've worked for as a social therapist for the last 20 years. But in the Netherlands, they changed a few laws in the last few years, and now I can't find a job as a social therapist because my education isn't high enough. Even though I have 20 years of experience as a social therapist, and in the Netherlands we have central rules what you're going to pay someone. I mean, I love it when in the Netherlands they talk about how women get paid less than men. It's by law not allowed because everyone is paid in a certain bracket, and in that certain bracket you have steps. Everyone that has one job falls in that certain bracket. Now, the step you fall in may differ, but you go up one every year anyway, and it only has 12 steps, and after a while you at the end, and everyone will be at the end.
No, I hear you, man.
So it's impossible
great
to
when the-
pay men and women
it's-
differently.
Yeah, it's great when the rules are fair, right?
Which is kind of funny because it's impossible to pay men and women differently in this country, yet still they talk how it happens.
Yeah, same here, mate.
It's amazing. But yeah, no, I
Well said.
was at the top of my salary bracket, so people doing my job couldn't earn more than I did, and now I can't get a job because I don't have the right education.
Well, I mean, you should sue for malpractice because there's no way that a man like you could have been doing the job that you were doing on behalf of the state. So, I mean, you know.
It is funny though because now I've been trying to find jobs, but it's difficult to find a job anyway because of Corona and all the nonsense. But yeah, no, they will hire a kid just out of school with the right degree over me with 20 years of experience.
I
And
know
But
the
as soon
feeling.
as that kid has 2 years of experience, they'll put him out.
he probably won't even.
I know the feeling, man. I get it.
But it's not even because the companies want to; it's because they're mandated by law.
Certification to be certified.
It's. I mean, I've talked
Do
with
you
a lot of.
do you have a license for your life, man?
That is basically it. Yeah, that's basically it. And it's not a problem. The funny thing is, I can get the proper education within 6 months if I have a place of work. You can't make this shit up.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I hope everything works out for you. I'm rooting for you, bud.
It will, because this whole Corona thing will lay bare a lot of problems, and it'll crack up in either way.
Well,
And
you've got a good heart, and you are righteous, and you have virtue, and I think that you're a good person, and I think that you will come out on top of this. I have full faith in you, Modway.
Thank you very much. I hope so too. And I have 2 years. Well, no longer 2 years. It's now a little more than 1.5 years at the time. So I am in no rush.
Good. Get out there and crush it, man.
Anyway, any famous last words for you guys? Mike?
Yeah, get out of here, red coat. I'm gonna go with that.
Well, John, you have to respond, mate.
I don't.
Oh, you're the
I'll
red
respond.
coat.
I'll respond for you.
The British Empire never responds
No,
until it's
no.
too late.
Oh, trust me, that was not the point. That was not the case in the past.
No, I'll answer. I got an answer. Silence, imperialist American scum.
Broski.
Yeah, I'd say luxuriate in your delusions of freedom.
Well, they are well set, my friend. Come and get them.
No, they're delusional, so I'm not going to come and get anything that doesn't exist.
Well, that is true.
God.
America has lost a lot of the concept of freedom that they once prided themselves with. I mean,
I blame Starbucks.
They're all slaves to the corporations, and they just don't know it.
I find it very interesting that I think it was in California where people are being fined for catching rainwater. So yeah.
Was it Germany? It's illegal, somewhere like that.
Sorry?
Germany or somewhere it's illegal as well.
I will work with the corporations until it gets pants off retarded, and then I will get pants off retarded. And believe me, I love getting pants off retarded. My pants don't stay on very well.
No, the problem with many Americans is you don't trust government, but you do trust private corporations.
We do. Oh, I love
Just
that corporate
as
titty.
bad.
Yeah, I have to agree with John. I mean, trusting government is probably not a smart idea, but trusting large corporations is by far worse.
It's no better. Well, I wouldn't say it's no better.
No, it's
well, they
it's
pay
worse.
well, and you barely have to work. So I mean, that's the.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not talking about the ones you work for. I'm talking about all the ones who do everything else to run your lives.
Well,
Anywho, I'd like to thank you all for coming.
It's a private company. They can do what they want. Go get fucked.
Yeah, that's indeed pretty
She's
stupid.
doing the closing. Just shh.
Anywho, thank you everyone who's still in the chat. Though I don't think there's a lot of people there. The last one to post was William. Normally I would thank
Oh.
everyone that came around, but then again, we've been busy for 4 hours.
He's that far north because he's probably got dawn already.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, this is where I'm going to push the button and say bye-bye.